I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly and begin with a roll call.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn. And Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Birch is joining us by phone. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, will you lead us in a pledge, please?
Gladly.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any report to give us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. Had the pleasure of attending last week the Anchorage Police Department graduation. 25 new officers are now in their field training, and we look forward to them being great assets to the municipality. We've completed our interviews for the port director position, and we'll be evaluating those and hope to make an announcement within the next week to 10 days. And we just have, Cheryl Frask has confirmed the dates for the Education Summit, Capstone Summit, will be June 6th and 7th. So those of you that participated before, and we'll of course be getting the word out to the folks from the original summit, and look forward to working towards the final goal here. Thank you.
Library Director, are we getting close on that one?
We've made a selection on a library director, but we're holding off the announcement until we can confirm when she'll be in town so that we can do it properly with her here to answer questions and present herself.
All right. Thank you. I want to share with people that this has been a particularly tumultuous week. I began getting calls about 6:30 p.m. on Election Day about voters being turned away from the polling stations and being unable to vote. I immediately contacted the municipal clerk in an attempt to discover what was happening and how the city was trying to fix it. Elections are the responsibility of the municipal assembly. The clerk's office is in our department, and final certification of elections, approval of election, occurs by a vote of this body. I also contacted Mr. Wheeler, the municipal attorney, on election night, and I asked him to begin researching the impact of what I was seeing and hearing. I asked him if this situation could trigger the call for a new election. Well, over the next few days, Ms. Grinstein, our municipal clerk, shared some of the challenges she was experiencing during this election. And she told me about the very large numbers of question ballots that were coming in and that would cause difficulties in counting. I told her that the Assembly would want detailed information about individual precinct ballot availability and that her office should preserve all records and equipment and be able to give exact information once the count was complete. We decided it was important to send out regular press briefings and to set up a specific email address in order to hear directly from people who were unable to vote or who had specific problems at polling locations. I learned that we would be unable to definitively discover the need for a special election until all the ballots were counted, since the primary question was related to the number of disenfranchised voters, if that could change the results of the election. Our hope now is that the count will be done this coming Friday. Mr. Hall and I earlier this week met with Mr. Wheeler, the municipal attorney, and Ms. Tucker, the assembly attorney, to ask a second question. And that was that even if we are not required, potentially, to hold a special election, what parameters govern this body if we do want to call one? Our municipal code, Title 28, is silent on this point, and so advice from attorneys on this and related questions have started to come in, but that advice is not yet complete. The next step is for the Assembly to be allowed to investigate and ask questions. I believe that it is very important that we do not interfere with the election count, but that is now almost complete. So I'm going to call a special work session this Friday at noon so that the Assembly can have its first real opportunity to ask questions. Mr. Hall and I met with the Election Commission yesterday, and we asked them to join us at this work session on Friday so that they could share what they have seen to this point. Some of the questions that I believe we still need to ask and clarify is how many ballots were actually delivered to each precinct? Since the ballots were available, why weren't they delivered to polling places before polls closed? Were election workers trained on what to do if they ran out of election materials? And if so, what were they told? If not, what should they be told in the future? I do not want to certify this election until all Assembly questions are answered. After this work session, I believe the Assembly will be in a better position to make decisions on how to proceed. The certification vote and the Election Commission report are currently scheduled for our next meeting on the 17th. But again, I want to emphasize, I do not believe we should certify the election until we're satisfied that we understand what happened this year and what its impact was. We also need to get the information back from our attorneys on the implications and the limitations on the potential call for another election. We'll then need to talk about, I believe, how necessary we think it is to have further investigation before we make our final decision. Once we get through that process, there is still work to be done. I have now read Title 28 multiple times, and it needs amending. It needs work, I believe. The code certifies how many ballots are ordered and printed, but it's silent on how they're distributed. I believe that the code should clarify our responsibility to voters and explicitly say they will not be turned away. We need to ensure that election workers are adequately trained on how to proceed in unusual situations and that they have all the materials and equipment they need to do their jobs. The Anchorage Assembly is responsible for the oversight of the election process. As an Assembly chair, on behalf of the entire Assembly and our departmental staff, I want to apologize to voters, potential voters, and election workers for what they had to deal with in terms of ballot problems this year. I deeply regret that polling places ran out of ballots during this municipal election. Every voter must be allowed to vote. No voter should be turned away. And for as long as I'm a member of this body, I will commit to making sure that a situation like this never happens again. So that's my first and most important comment. My other comment is apparently when we were advertising for the public hearing on the rezoning for the Anchorage Gospel Mission, there were some errors made in the mapping and the mailing of the notices. So the public hearing on that has been changed from what was advertised, and it will now be moved to May 8th so that there can be a remailing to those impacted neighbors and they get the correct information. So, with that, I will go down the row. Mr. Birch, do you have any comments?
Well, I think you've well captured certainly an echo of many of my same sentiments and the communications I've had with the public, and I appreciate your encapsulation of that on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Flynn? All right. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, the Enterprise Committee will be meeting at 11:30 up in the Mayor's Conference Room to discuss the first quarter budget amendments for the Enterprise for Solid Waste Service, AWW, MLNP, and the Port. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
No report.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, some of you've read your emails. I'm sure that you've gotten plenty, but in there is one from me that specifies our intentions to package and sort of process through on the 19th at a committee meeting for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting in preparation of a work session on the April 20th to discuss first quarter budget amendments. So as I also attached my email a form that would help facilitate that. Our committee meeting on the 19th is only to kind of compare and send a call out the duplicates and package for our work session on Friday. We won't be taking any actions therein. Just one other comment, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments. They reflect fully the commitment from all Assembly members, I believe, and as I also noticed on that agenda you speak to is a protocol where we reorganize ourselves and our bodies. So not to be surprised that we'll have that action item.
Next meeting, folks.
Next meeting, too, we look at leadership changes and discussions there. So, again, thank you for your statements, and we'll look forward to the work session.
Thank you. If I could backtrack a minute. Mr. Trombley, you have an item on this agenda that I thought you had some intent to share with the public, what you wanted to do before the public hearing. Did I misunderstand? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, Madam Chair, I was going to just deal with that when the item came up.
Okay.
But I'll mention, I'm just going to move to postpone indefinitely on
It's 14F, isn't it? I maybe got the
14F,
number
yes,
wrong.
ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hall.
I, too, echo my support of the opening statement you made, and I feel it was very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your public apology, Madam Chair, on behalf of all of us, but I'd like to personally apologize and personally thank those who wrote those many, many emails expressing how you felt about what happened and what you thought needed to be done, and I plan to do that later on this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly waiting for more information, and I'm thankful we're having a work session Friday. We have postponed the Public Safety Committee meeting, and I'm somewhat fortuitous because tonight we've got a couple of items that are coming up for liquor license renewal. So the meeting is scheduled technically for tomorrow. It's been rescheduled. I think we put the notice out last week early. So Wednesday the 18th, I believe it'll be in the IT conference room on the 4th floor. I believe it's published and posted already. And I also believe, if we can confirm, that we'll have the gentleman that comes in and talks about the toothbrushes.
Usually we see him every meeting.
Right. So hoping Mr. Dudley can join us and give a presentation. Hopefully the Health Department will have some folks to perhaps discuss that as well. And then again, if we can get, we hope we'll be notifying the folks up for renewal to have their presentation to answer to some more serious charges than what we see tonight on the renewal for at least one of our applicants.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Mr. Trady.
Debbie, I appreciate your comments earlier. There's just one other thing I want to address, and that's the issue of Dennis Wheeler. I had some emails come in casting aspersions on his ability to deal with this issue, and quite frankly, he's our attorney. We have our own attorney, but that deals with administrative issues. We have writing ordinances. Dennis Wheeler is the city's attorney for us, for the clerk, and he's the one that goes to court to represent us. So I just want everybody on the Assembly to know that he is our attorney in case there's any doubt at all. But I do want him to answer two questions by our meeting on Friday. First, does the law require a new election? Second of all, does the law allow a new election? If he can answer both of those questions for me in writing, I would appreciate it, Debbie.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Agree. We're thinking the same lines, Mr. Trady. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of questions raised in the last week, and I agree with the majority of your sentiments, and I appreciate that. One of the issues that's come up is that there is an Assembly Elections Ethics Committee, of which I'm listed as chair. This committee has not done a whole lot since I've been listed as chair. However, we are facing the need to do a whole lot of work post-mortem to this fiasco that this election appears to be turning out. The Assembly Elections and Ethics Committee reviews both the election code, that's Title 28 that the Chair referred to, and the ethics code for clarity, and may develop and recommend changes in coordination with concerns of the general public. The Assembly, the Election Commission, the Office of the Municipal Clerk, and the Board of Ethics.
At the request of the chair or an assembly member, the Elections and Ethics Committee provides review and recommendations to the assembly on proposed revisions to both the election and ethics code. We need to find out, we need to learn what went wrong, what could have been done better, what improvements can be put in place for next time, changes in code to Title 28 and wherever else required, other code reinforcements, new code, procedural and policy changes, financial support of the election process in staffing, in training, in printing. And I might remind this body that paper is cheap. Paper turned out to be the core of the issue in this election. For a few thousand more sheets of paper, we would not have had this issue. And we seriously have a problem if we can't print a few more sheets of paper and have them available where they need to be available. As well as equipment, we seem to have an issue with resources in this community. However, we know that every year at this time, this city holds an election. The number of voters doesn't change that much. We should be able to be prepared to hold a proper election in which every vote counts, in which every voter can vote. And if I continue as chair of the Elections and Ethics Committee, I guarantee you these changes will be made so that this does not happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. I might be happy to know that at least 5 different assembly members have indicated that they are interested now in the Elections Committee.
Isn't that interesting? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I guess to that point, I thought that Ms. Drummond had yielded that position last meeting. We had an announcement that you were replacing that position. So, again, public record, I would be happy to serve in that role. So,
Thank you.
all things said, I'm a little confused now. Are you on the commission? Did you have to be resigned?
You know, if I could clarify, after some conversations with Ms. Drummond, I asked if there was a volunteer willing to serve on the committee, and there was not eager interest in that committee from anyone. The situation has changed, and now people are. So I'm anticipating an active committee. I also, though, as we all know, this whole body, the organization will change next week, and typically with a new chair, there's new committees. So I think we'll have to wait and see who's in the seat and how they proceed with that.
Thank you. And one more point. The Elections and Ethics Committee does not run elections. You heard the chair say who is responsible for elections, and it's not that committee.
That's right. That's right. All right, Mr. Starr, anything further? Okay, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a really quick comment. In the past, there used to be committees of the whole, committees that the Assembly Chair thought were important enough that everybody was a member. And I think since we're all responsible for elections, that it should be a committee of the whole, Madam Chair, and I hope that the new leadership will take that into consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else in queue, at this point, we have an addendum, and it looks like 2 late on the table items before us.
Move to accept.
Incorporate?
Incorporate.
Is there objection to incorporation of the addendum and the 2 late on the table items? Seeing no objection, those items are incorporated in the agenda. I will now read them into the record. 9B1 will be AR 103. It's a resolution of the Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of ownership of a restaurant eating place liquor license 5087 and restaurant designation permit for, Erica Kaibu, DBA Kabu Restaurant, located at 3020 Minnesota Drive, Suite 13, and authorizing the clerk to take certain action. 9 Delta 14 will be AM 233. It's a proprietary purchase of Microsoft Software Assurance Agreement from the Microsoft Corporation for the MOA IT Department, $547,968.57. For introduction, F3, AR 98, a resolution of the municipality revising and appropriating funds for the 2012 general government operating budget set for public hearing on April 24th and accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 224. F4 is AR 99. It's a resolution of the municipality revising and appropriating funds for the 2012 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Budget. Public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 225. F5 is AO 39. It's an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the municipality of Anchorage general government for 2012. Public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 226. F6 for introduction will be AO 40. It's an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2012. Public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 227. F7 on the agenda is AR 100, a resolution of the municipality appropriating $27,472,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund in the Public Works Department from general obligation bond proceeds, excuse me, to pay the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvement projects. Public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 228. F8 will be AR 101. It's a resolution appropriating $520,000 to the area-wide general capital improvement program in the Anchorage Fire Department for ambulance replacement, and $640,000 to the public transportation capital improvement program in the Public Works Department to replace the transit center roof, and appropriating $428,000 to the public transportation capital improvement program in the Public Transportation Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of area-wide public safety and public transportation improvements set for public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 229. Also for introduction, F9, AR 102. It's a resolution of the municipality appropriating $2,300,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund in the Parks and Recreation Department, and appropriating $450,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund in the Public Works Department for the Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena improvements from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost for capital improvement projects set for public hearing 424, accompanied by AM 230. Also for introduction, F10, AR 104, a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and Public Employees Local 71 regarding implementation of the Kronos and SAP operating system, set for public hearing 424, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 232. And then two laid on the table items. The first one is 9A2, it's AR 107. It's a resolution of the Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department dispatcher Lenora Bluen Bollock for her nearly 17 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. And then 9B2 is AR 106. It's a resolution authorizing the procurement of independent special counsel to the Assembly. Anchorage Municipal Code 7.20.060K. So with that, the amended consent agenda is before you.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, let's go down and see what people want to talk about. I'll start at your end, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull from the addendum to the agenda, item 9, Delta 14.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
Not at this time.
Mr. Trainee?
9D3, ma'am, off the regular agenda.
9D3.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing else.
All right, Mr. Honeman.
For presentation, 9 Alpha 1, 9A1, and also 9 Alpha 2, 9A2, off the addendum laid on the table.
Okay. And my understanding is we're doing both of those at the same time, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, if that's
All
possible.
right, very good. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch?
No items.
Mr. Hall?
9D10 and 9B2.
Is that Delta 10?
Delta 10.
Delta 10, which is AM 220.
And what was the second one?
And the
Madam
other
Chair?
was the late on the table item 9B2, Bravo 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Trombley?
No items.
Ms. Johnston?
No items.
Mr. Flynn? All right, let me go over those to make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, administration? Nothing? Oh, we got Mr. Birch. All right, I've got that we want to talk about on the regular agenda, A1, Delta 3, Delta 10. On the addendum, we want to talk about Delta 14, and we want to talk about both of the late on the table items. All right. How do my screen's full. How do I call the vote?
Madam Chair,
I'm trying, yes, sir. Mr.
can you
Thomas.
repeat all those again,
Repeat them again?
please?
Okay. On the regular agenda, 9A1, Delta 3, Delta 10. Both of the late on the table items. And on the addendum, oops, I dropped the paper, Delta 14. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm having a little trouble with my screen. I can't do a vote. Do we have tech support? I can't call up a vote.
Call for a voice vote. It works. Sorry.
All right. How do I get out of that screen? How do I get out of that screen?
Oh, were you trying to?
Okay, I got it. All right, please vote for the remainder of the consent agenda. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Mr. Flynn is not in the room, I don't think. Oh, there he is. Mr. Flynn, how do you vote on the remainder of the consent agenda? Okay, so that passes unanimously. All right, the first items before us, maybe separate motions and then we'll just call them up together. Is that all right, Mr.
That's
Holman?
right. Move to approve 9A1.
Okay, I'm remiss. I should have read it. 9A1 is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Battalion Chief Gary Bullock for his 32 years of service to the Anchorage Fire Department in the municipality of Anchorage. That was moved by Mr. Honeman and seconded by Ms. Gray Jackson. All right, is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that's approved unanimously. And let's go ahead and do the second one, too, at the same time, then. And that one is AR 107. It's a resolution recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department dispatcher Lenora Lee Bullen Bullock for her nearly 17 years of service. Same last name. I get it now. Okay. All right. And there was a motion?
Move to approve.
And seconded by Mr. Hall on that one. All right. Is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that is approved. Could they both come up? And who's reading?
I'm reading A1.
All right.
Whereas on April 2nd, 2012, Battalion Chief Gary Bullock retired after 32 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department, and whereas Battalion Chief Gary Bullock was hired by the AFD on July 20th, 1979. He is a third-generation firefighter who has served for 8 fire chiefs and 8 mayors throughout his career. Despite the vast changes in leadership and staffing, his dedication and commitment to the Anchorage Fire Department and the community has never wavered. And whereas, in addition to the fire service, Battalion Chief Gary Bullock also taught classes at UAA. He taught many of the children of his colleagues who have in turn gone on to become employees of the Anchorage Fire Department. And whereas Battalion Chief Gary Bullock has been an advocate for safety and a mentor to his peers and the probationary firefighters he has instructed for over 3 decades. And whereas Battalion Chief Gary Bullock and his wife, Lee Bluen, who is retiring from the AFD dispatch after 10 years, are moving on to the next chapter of their lives. Battalion Chief Gary Bullock has lived his dream of becoming a firefighter. He has been an integral member of the fire department and made many lifelong friends in the process. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Battalion Chief Gary Bullock for his dedicated service to the Anchorage Fire Department and tireless efforts in helping to protect the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage for over 32 years, passed and approved on this day.
Read the second one. Now, we're not done yet, so could we read the second one and then maybe ask for comments?
That'd be great. Whereas on April 1, 2012, the Anchorage Fire Department dispatcher Lenora Lee Bluen retired after 17 years of service in the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas Lee Bluen was hired by the municipality of Anchorage on October 16, 1995, after a 20-year career with Alaska Airlines. And whereas Lee Bluen was hired as a police officer for APD Class 95-2 and later served as a property and evidence technician in the APD impound section and promoted to APD dispatcher. And whereas Lee Bluen served as dispatcher at the Anchorage Police Department until 2002, when she transferred to the Anchorage Fire Department dispatch section, where she served for 10 years. Where's this going? And whereas Lee Bluen met Battalion Chief 2C Gary Bullock, a strapping yet grizzled veteran of the AFD Fire Service. And whereas Lee Bluen and Gary Bullock courted and later married on a whirlwind and spur-of-the-moment wedding at Amelia Island, Florida in May of 2009, and whereas Lee Bluen Bullock and Gary Bullock have collectively served the citizens of Anchorage with 50 years of professional and faithful service in public safety, now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Dispatcher Lee Bluen Bullock for her dedicated service to the Anchorage Fire Department and to the citizens of Anchorage for nearly 17 years, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of April, 2012.
You guys going to say something too?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, Chief Hall, and my fellow co-workers and citizens, I've been honored to serve with Anchorage Fire Department for the past 32 years, and my wife and I have been had the pleasure of living in Anchorage and working in Anchorage for the past 35 years. I can't think of a better place to live, and it's been great, and I thank you all. Thank you.
No?
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Well, I'm not going to get away that easy. I actually know both of these folks and consider them amongst my circle of friends, both in public safety and in life. So, Chief Bullock, thank you for all your years of helping in the Citizen Police Academy. You've represented the Anchorage Fire Department professionally and certainly gave a much better presentation than the APD side when roles of emergency, believe it or not, more colorful with much more pictures and certainly better explanations of the roles of it. And so you'll be missed in that regard, but you have handed off the baton to some capable hands, and I'm hopeful I won't be as good, but it certainly will be a great presentation. So, Lee, what can I say? Worked with you in the building for a bit. You ran off to the other side, so to speak, but still sisters in public safety and or brothers, however you want to call it. And thank you for both of you for your years of service. Again, 50 years of experience walking out the door. It's tough to replace, big shoes to fill, both sides, and Godspeed on your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one thing. Gary is also a U.S. veteran. He was served for the United States Air Force as a firefighter, too, and thank him for his service for there, too.
I think we all enjoyed reading about him in the paper. Thank you again for all you've done for this community.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Bravo 2. This is the laid on the table resolution 106 that authorized the procurement of independent special counsel to the Assembly. Need a motion?
Second.
Do you want to discuss this, Ms. Gray Jackson, since it's your motion?
I certainly do. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say thank you to the many folks in our community who sent emails to all of us expressing their concerns regarding the election, and also your concerns as to whether or not the Assembly, who is responsible for elections, should hire independent counsel. As you all know, we received two extensive letters from the ACLU. The first one was compelling, and the one that we received this afternoon was even more compelling. So compelling that I thought that I needed to do something about it. And so I'm bringing forward this evening a resolution asking my colleagues to approve hiring independent counsel to review this situation. The municipal attorney is currently reviewing the situation, investigating it, and it doesn't matter who the municipal attorney is. I think that it is inappropriate for a municipal attorney to do the investigation on this issue. I know that there are two concerns that all of us have, and the first concern is, what does the charter approve, and what it is that we need to do regarding this situation. I think that because of the two questions that are asked, and I'll state it again, what does law require and what does the law allow? And because of these two very important questions, we need to have legal assessment on this issue that is fair. With that said, Madam Chair, I really hope that you and the rest of my colleagues recognize the importance of hiring independent counsel and will vote for this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnston.
I appreciate Ms. Elvie Gray Jackson's approach here, and I'm not sure if at this point I can't say how I would vote on it to this day because I still haven't heard all the information. And even though we might take this route that she is suggesting, I would prefer to wait till after our Friday work session when we're able to meet with the Election Commission and able to understand firsthand where we are in this election and have as much legal background as possible, and then address how we, first of all, approach this election and how we approach elections in coming years. So it's not that I disagree, but I don't agree, because I think timing is everything, and I think it's better to go in with more information and figure out what kind of independent person we want and what we want from that person, and I feel we'll have those answers on Friday.
Mr. Hall.
Yes, I tend to agree with Ms. Johnson. I think this is premature. Quite honestly, you know, I've had a tremendous amount of concern ever since things began to go awry on Tuesday. And in working with Ms. Osiander, we've been try to stay so on top of everything that's happening within this election to make sure that the Election Commission has the time to do their job. And according to municipal code, it's their obligation to do that and bring their recommendations to us. I think we're going to have a chance to ask some very pointed questions on Friday. The other thing that, quite honestly, I guess personally is an issue for me here is you know, the people in my district voted to elect me to deal with issues like this. And quite honestly, I feel that I'm not stepping up to my responsibility when things get tough, that I look to a third party to come in and give me direction so that should it not work out the way that it should in regards to even a third party, I still am the one that have to have the responsibility, and I'm not willing to let that responsibility go at this time myself.
Ms. Gray Jackson again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Johnson for what I think I heard is her support for this resolution. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Hall for his comments. And I'd like to follow my thanks up with saying, because we are doing or attempting to do the right thing by getting outside counsel, does by no means mean that we're shrugging our responsibilities. None of us are lawyers, at least the last time I looked. I really believe that this is the right thing to do. As I mentioned, these letters that we got from the ACLU are compelling. And Madam Chair, if I might, I would like Mr. Mittman from the ACLU to come to that podium so that the rest of the folks in this community can hear just how compelling their letters are.
Ms. Gray Jackson, if you have a specific question for him, I think that would be appropriate and he could respond, but I'd really not like to open this up to public
Thank you,
testimony.
Madam Chair, and I appreciate and respect that you don't want to open this up to public testimony. I do have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you state the question, please?
In one moment, please, yes. Thank you,
Just
Mr.
a minute.
Mittman, for joining the podium. Yes, my question is, why is the ACLU so compelled to request that the Assembly hire independent counsel? Why? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Mittman. I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of Alaska. Through the Chair, Ms. Gray Jackson, the ACLU has been involved since Wednesday, the day after the election, in gathering data and information. What the Chair and the Assembly, I believe, want is actual factual information. In 7 days, we have had 139 calls and 19 emails of individuals who are complaining that they were disenfranchised and unable to vote. Determining the factual evidence that support those allegations, obtaining information that would be useful to the Assembly is not easy. The sooner the Assembly could retain somebody to begin the process, to begin gathering data, I think would be of benefit to the Assembly. Our concern at the ACLU has been, given that there are 50 out of 121 precincts that ran out of ballots, we are not even able to determine, with 7 days' work, what the scope of disenfranchisement was. Any determination the Assembly makes as to whether or not the election should be certified, what steps need to be taken, would require a factual and careful determination of the scope of disenfranchisement. The practicalities, the legwork, the man-hours that are required to determine that are many, and I think the sooner that the Assembly can engage somebody with expertise in that area, the better.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trainee, you're next.
Jeff, I've got a question for you, if you would. Answer these two questions for me. Does the law require a new election? And does the law allow for a new election? If you'd give me that in writing, I'd appreciate it. You guys have a legal ability to do that. Look at the city charter, Title 28.
Through the Chair, Mr. Trainee. At this point, we are unable to determine whether or not the law requires a special election. We are unable to determine that. And again, that goes to why we are recommending the retention of an independent counsel. A significant factual question that must be established is, would the votes of the voters who are disenfranchised change the outcome of the election? There are two pieces of information, as the Chair has pointed out. One piece is, what is the vote differential? And I appreciate that the Chair in the Assembly and the Clerk's Office with the Election Commission are working very carefully to determine that first fact. The second fact that would be unknowable, absent the appointment of a special counsel, is what would the disenfranchised votes have been? If this were one or two precincts, I think it would be a relatively easier task to determine the scope of disenfranchisement. Given 55 precinct places without ballots, we cannot answer that question. I don't think anyone would be able to answer that question without the commission of significant resources to determining that scope.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mr. Flynn? Oh, I'm sorry, were you done, Dick?
Not completely. Normally, I would do this, but I think we need to wait until we hear from the Election Commission. When I read Title 28, it lays out how we deal with this. And it says the Election Commission comes to us. Then it's up to the Assembly. If we think the election should be certified, we can call for a new election. So this particular thing brought to us by LV, I appreciate it. I would support it, but not tonight. After we meet with Election Commission, then I'll talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions for you, Jeff. Thanks for coming. I had a question, actually. On line 41, it suggests that the proposed selection would be brought before the Assembly for April, at a meeting in April blank. Do we know what that date's supposed to be?
We can't hear you, sir. Could you?
On line 41, it says April nothing, 2012. Do we have a particular date that's supposed to be?
Ms. Gray-Jackson, do you want to respond?
Well, if you read the entire section, Mr. Flynn, thank you, Madam Chair, by the way, we have to approve the authorization to hire independent counsel, and so once this resolution, before we vote on the resolution, we can put in a date.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you for asking the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else, Mr. Flynn?
I'm a little torn. I think this is probably a good idea. I think it's also reasonable to wait till our next meeting to do it, but I don't know. Nothing further.
Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another question of Mr. Mittman. There's been some conversation about the Election Commission, and believe me, I appreciate what they do. I really do. But do you think that it's wise for this body to wait before we proceed with finding some independent counsel?
Through the Chair, Ms. Gray-Jackson, our understanding of the role of the Election Commission and from observation of their task right now is they are engaged in serious and significant work of counting the ballots, of determining which of the question ballots are to be accepted and which to be rejected. Following that, it is our understanding that the canvass will require some additional detailed work. It is not our understanding at this point that the Election Commission has the ability or the time to look at this other important question, and again, that is the scope of disenfranchisement. The task of the Commission is counting the ballots that have been submitted. What nobody in the municipality knows is which ballots should have been but were not submitted. The Commission cannot determine that. That requires separate work. At this point, the ACLU is doing as best we can, but we do not feel we are an appropriate person to fulfill that role. What is required is an impartial representative of the Assembly. As pointed out, this is an Assembly duty, a representative of the Assembly that is mandated to look at this important question. Absent that, we again are essentially, as has been stated, flying in the dark.
Thank you, Mr. Mittman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to make a statement about this whole issue. This body has, over the last several years, at least since I've been elected, approved the expenditure of tens of thousands of dollars on independent investigations of various issues, but none of them investigate anything nearly as important or fundamental to the democratic process as the election process. And although this has only happened, I believe it's happened once before in this municipality, this should never happen again. And for this body, whose ultimate responsibility it is to certify this election or not, to decline to investigate this more thoroughly and quickly, people forget, people will need to be interviewed and to commit to memory and to commit to paper, all kinds of things that have transpired since last Tuesday, and many more situations that began to occur as soon as this election began to be planned, way back in December and January. And I think we are missing the boat if we don't get somebody on board right now. Mr. Wheeler is doing... I'm sure Mr. Wheeler is doing the best he can, but he's got other issues that he's been hired to take care of, and I believe that this body, who is charged with certifying elections or not, needs to know what it's doing next week and as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Ms. Gray Jackson or Ms. Drummond, do we know a time frame as far as how long an investigation would take? And let's say it started tomorrow. Is there any type of precedent situations where this has occurred across the country? Do you know of any, just out of curiosity?
Is that directed to who?
Either one of them or anyone who actually probably
Thank
knows
you,
the
Madam
answer.
Chair, and thank you, Mr. Trombley, for asking the question. But I don't suspect it would take a whole lot of time, and the more time we waste, the longer it's going to take. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Trombley, you
That's
still
all.
have the floor.
That's all, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, the fourth time? Go ahead.
Thank you for being able to speak for 4 times this evening. I need to make an amendment brought to my attention by Mr. Whaler before we vote on this document. And the amendment is on line 16, and I'd like to strike unprecedented. Thank you, Mr. Whaler. And I'll use the word rare.
Is there any objection
Thank you,
from
Madam
anyone
Chair.
about striking that word? Seeing no objection, let's just do that unanimously. All right, are we ready to vote now? Please vote. How do you vote, Ms. Birch? All right. That item is not approved. 4-7. No, yeah. All right, with that, moving on. The next item before us is 9 Delta 3, thank you, on the addendum. This is, on the addendum, yeah. This is AM 233. It's a proprietary purchase of Microsoft Software Assurance Agreement from Microsoft Corporation for the Municipality of Anchorage IT Department, $547,960. Oh, thank you. I was reading Delta 14. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. Mr. Trainee, this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I figured you'd get to me eventually.
I apologize.
I want to move to bifurcate this issue. The same memorandum, AM 208, 2012. I want to bifurcate it to remove from it tropical Latin food number 5011 and move to approve the others.
Second.
All right, the motion to approve, let me confer with the clerk here to see if I say it right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to read all of the others except that one, and then we'll assume that that was the only part made. And I'm sorry, I didn't have my pen out quick enough, Mr. Trainee. Which one were you taking out?
Tropical Latin food number 5011.
Okay, on the third line there.
Yep.
All right. The motion before us is to approve the 2012-2013 liquor license renewals for Casa del Sol LLC 4787, China Garden 227, Jamaico's Pizzeria 3889, Phyllis's Cafe 3266, Gallows Mexican Restaurant 2833, Beverage Dispensary, the Woodshed 2833, Beverage Dispensary Duplicate, Sleeping Lady Restaurant and Lounge 4682, Beverage Dispensary Tourism, and that's all. All right, and I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, was that seconded?
Yes, second by
All
Honeman.
right.
Paul.
Is there any discussion on those items, Mr. Honeman?
Madam Clerk, as what I kind of alluded to earlier in the comments, that we'll try to pull this over to the Public Safety Committee for review. I believe Mr. Trainee has some information about this.
Mr. Honeman, you mean the one that we haven't moved yet?
We moved the,
I'm sorry.
with this one, Paul.
Yes, we're pulling out tropical Latin food for that reason.
Okay. So you're not going to discuss any of these?
Other than I assure you that I did take note of the Woodshed had a violation as well as I believe one other, and I'll be double checking just to make sure that they've made adjustments in there.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, did you have a comment on these?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just actually had posed questions regarding the Woodshed and Phyllis's Cafe. They both had an NOV, and the clerk's office was kind enough to get those questions to the management. They responded in a satisfactory fashion, and I'm comfortable that we've done our due diligence.
Okay.
I'll be working with Mr. Flynn.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on all of those read with the exception of tropical Latin food. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Those were approved unanimously. Mr. Trainee, did you want to make a motion on the other one?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to move the Tropical Latin Food number 5011 to our Public Safety Committee.
Second.
Is there any
And
discussion?
then back to us.
Any discussion?
Let me talk to the chief. Chief, are you to the point where you can talk about this one yet?
Assemblyman Trainee, through the chair. I don't know many of the details of this, but I brought Lieutenant Gillum here, whose unit was involved in the search warrants the other night, and I think I'll let him answer on my behalf, if that's okay.
Lieutenant, how are you, sir?
Through the chair, Mr. Trainee, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
All right.
So tell us about this one. And you guys were involved in this? Is it to the point where you can tell us what happened, or is it still?
It is still under investigation, but I can share some facts with you.
If you would, sir.
I will. Through complaints regarding illegal activities in several areas of town and over-service issues in a number of locations in the downtown area, I believe some may of you remember about just before the holiday season, the chief announced that there had been a number of complaints about over-service, DUIs, in the downtown area. The CAP team, the Community Action Policing team, working with the ABC Board investigators, joined together to look at locations where problems were received. One of those locations was the Three Amigos, another was the Showboat. We had other locations where there were compliance issues. During the investigation of the Three Amigos, there was actually gang activity, drug activity, and after-hour selling of that. During the search warrant service of that, it was noticed that across the parking lot at the Tropical Latin Food location, there was some after-hour activity going on there. So the officers went over, made contact with them, did notice some information or some allegations of illegal activity, including after-hour service and drug activity. So that investigation is continuing at this point.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd really like this to go to our Public Safety Committee and then come back with a recommendation to us.
Sounds like a good catch, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any objection to this going to Public Safety Committee from anyone? Seeing no objection, we'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Lieutenant.
Good day.
Good to see you again, sir.
All right. Now, Delta 10. This is AM 220. It's change order number 3 to vendor contract 29 MLP 125 with Airport Equipment Rentals Incorporated to provide heavy construction equipment on an as-required basis for the municipality, $100,000.
Move approval.
Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Madam Chair, I pull this to make a correction on line 19 of this document. The number there is incorrect. It should read 187,000, not 168,500. So correct that to 187,000.
Is there objection from anyone from doing what basically is just to bring it into conformity with the administrative request on it to make it right? That's not a regular motion. I'm just asking if anybody objects. We can make it a regular motion and vote on it. But if nobody objects, let's just do it. All right. So there's no objection. We'll change that figure. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Is there anything else, sir?
That's all.
All right. We need then to vote on this matter. With the amendment, please vote. Mr. Birch. And that matter, as amended, passes unanimously. All right. Now, Ms. Drummond's Delta 14. All right. This is AM 233. It's a proprietary purchase of a Microsoft Software Assurance Agreement from Microsoft Corporation for the IT department, $547,968.57. Need a motion?
I don't plan to approve this, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to move to approve it. I'd appreciate it if someone else would move it.
Move approval.
That was moved by Mr. Hall, seconded by Ms. Johnston. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It amazes me how much money we're pouring into the IT department. I just want to make sure the public is aware of the fact that this body is about to approve over $500,000, including licenses and upgrades for a number of enterprise software applications, the email system, the website, databases, including Kronos, which is the new electronic timekeeping system, SAP, CityView, major IT developments in this municipality. Not too many people understand that early in this year's election process, the clerk's office was informed that the municipal payroll department could not handle the payroll of last week's 600 or so temporary election workers. And the clerk was told she'd have to contract out that work, that temporary payroll of issuing approximately 600 checks to the dedicated people who slaved from the crack of dawn until nearly midnight in many cases last Tuesday. The reason? Staff was so busy with the Kronos implementation, the SAP implementation, and all the other things that are listed in this document that they were unable to deal with the temporary payroll. It was farmed out, and this community nearly lost many. I know they lost quite a few elections workers, but this was only the beginning of the issues with this election, and this started weeks ago. And this, I am really very concerned with the fact that we had to contract out the payroll and the hiring of elections workers shortly before the election in which those folks would have to work. There are issues with training. There are issues, all kinds of issues that need to be settled, and I wonder who is asking the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? That item is approved 9-2. All right. We are now through our consent agenda, and we are at old business.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Honeman.
With the Chair's indulgence, I was looking at the resolutions and I forgot to pull one for discussion and question. 9 Delta 6 on the consent agenda, 9 Delta 6 on the regular agenda, I'm sorry, regarding an amendment for professional services. And I see I got an email back response in the afternoon. I didn't see it till just now, so I just wanted to.
Mr. Honeman, would it be all right if you just go ahead and ask your question, and then if you feel it merits, then we can move to reconsider if you want to after you get your answer. Would that be all right?
Yes. I'm not sure if I recognize anybody from AWU here, reference the well. Okay, I think in the back here. Mr. Willard, if I have a question here, reference.
Just
and
a minute.
I don't know if it's a purchasing issue either.
Hold a minute. Is there any objection from the body at allowing Mr. Honeman to do this? Seeing none, go ahead, Mr. Honeman.
Right. My question is, if we look at the amendment, it's more than double the original contract for professional services for design of a new well near, actually the project intent was to study and determine whether the capabilities of well 10 and 11 could be expanded or reconditioned. And the original contract was expiring, I guess, March 31st, just expired, for $215,000 now. We're seeing that the preliminary investigations revealed, and I'm sure you can fill in the blanks here, that it'd be better to have a new well. And my concern is that we're looking at more than double the original contract for services, and we're essentially just doing it as an amendment rather than, if we're going to do a new well, a whole new project, why aren't we bidding this and trying to look and see? I mean, I'm not to say that this is not a good contractor, but my question is if with more than double, and apparently there were more than one bidder on the original design work, so is it some way to just explain briefly, because I'm...
Sure, Mr. Homeland, through the chair. I think to answer your question, there were multiple bidders on the original project, and overall this is still within the scope of the initial project. So our initial project was bid. The overall objective of this project is to improve and provide additional well water on the east side of Anchorage. We started by looking at well 10 and 11, trying to rehab and refurbish those wells to increase their capacity. The natural extension of the work on those was to look at drilling another well. But the basic answer to your question, this is part of the scope of the original project. And in that context, we think it's the right thing to do to have this amendment. But the basic answer to your question is part of the scope of that original project, which was competitively was put out on the street for professional services, a request for proposal for professional services, and that's why we are where we are.
Okay, and I'm not sure if we've ever had this kind of, I mean, I've seen some amendments that come in that wallop the price tag, and some of it's unforeseen, and I guess this, right, what this probably ended up being. I'm just...
Yeah, and oops, sorry, one more piece of clarifying information. A big chunk of that additional amendment is to actually drill the well, so it's not for professional services, it's for the actual drilling of that test well to try to get more well water on the east side of Anchorage. So a couple $100,000 of that amendment is actually to drill a hole.
Okay.
Right.
That helps.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's then proceed to our old business. And the item before us at this time is 11A. It's AO 2012-7S. It's an ordinance amending Code 21.08.060 and amending the Code of Regulations, Section 21.90.003, to authorize appropriate municipal departments and officials and to clarify technical discrepancies. And this one, we've discussed, it's been on the agenda for a while, and currently there is a motion to approve on the floor. So,
Madam Chair, I'd like the motion to postpone action on this item until July 10th.
Second. Do you want to discuss that, Mr. Strong?
Only briefly. You know, there's quite a content in here that relies on some of the approval actions relating to Title 21, and so I don't see anything in here that it really predicates, nor are we equipped probably to figure out if this is the right policy call. So I think by that gives a definitive date to the administration, and we can more align with the stuff that comes in front of us for Title 21, which will happen midsummer, I think. So July 10th is appropriate for this. Thank you.
Mr. Vakales, were you wanting to comment on this or not?
No comment.
Okay. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the motion to, what did you say, July what, sir? 10th? Please vote on the motion to continue it to July 10th. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Yes. Wait a minute. There, sorry. That passes unanimously. All right, we're now, let's see, okay, we've got time to do the appearance requests. Mr. Stewart, are you here? Would you come forward, sir? Mr. Stewart from the Fraternal Order of Eagles, 4174.
Good evening. Assembly members, I'm here to represent Peters Creek Area 4174. We're here to request a revision of the current smoking ordinance. I was here a few years back to share with you our then current financial situation and what we thought was going to happen. I'm here now to share with you our current financial situation and where we're at. We've been absolutely devastated from this ordinance, and we're within a couple months of shutting our doors. A very positive, a very viable force of good is going down the drain because of this municipal ordinance that's in. But in this same ordinance, we've also found light, and that hope is that it was revised. The ordinance from its original version allowed no smoking anywhere. It was revised to allow for hotels and motels that will allow for 75% of their rooms as non-smoking, to allow for 25% of those rooms to have smoking. There's no air quality requirements, nothing other than the number of rooms. Additionally, it was revised to allow for nonprofits, that do not sell alcohol or have employees to have smoking there and also in those private clubs. We're here to ask to be included with them. And we sent forth a copy. I don't know if you guys have a copy. What we're asking the revisions to be within the smoke control ordinance is the definition of employee. The ordinance says the definition of employee is whether you are paid or volunteer. We spoke with the State of Alaska Department of Labor, and they disagree. They say if you're paid, you are an employee. If you're a volunteer, you are not an employee considered with the State of Alaska Department of Labor. So we want that to be changed, that employee means just that, if you're paid for your services. We're asking that, whereas for those that are allowed to come in, also the definition of employee, the nonprofits that are allowed to smoke per the ordinance, they can't exist. If you're an employee because you get money for your services or for your volunteer work, I ask you guys, or ask everybody, you can't exist. You can't have both. If you are a nonprofit organization and I sign up, I'm with the Loyal Order of Knuckleheads, let's say, I'm an employee and I'm a volunteer, I can't exist. Now, for the hotels and motels, we absolutely support what you guys, what was allowed, and I would ask you guys, if you're aware of it, way to go. We imagine it came around because it made good business sense. So we're asking the revision to be on that to allow us to come into it. Nonprofits that do have alcohol, because the hotels and motels can. I called personally on behalf of the Eagles, and I can get champagne or alcoholic beverages served to my room where smoking is allowed. Employees of those hotels, if my TV went out or my bathroom sink jammed up, they will send their employees in there. So we're only asking for what is already allocated for other business. There's hundreds of rooms in the municipality that are available to smoke and consume alcoholic beverages at the same time. If you give us your vote, if you allow us, you will save us. And by saving us, meaning you will provide so much good to the community. In the last 10 years, the Fraternal Order of Eagles in Peters Creek's given over $107,000 to the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department. We feed an average of 15 to 17 families on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we don't give them a meal. This most last meal we were able to go over with just an evening. Normally we go over with 10, 12 days of food. And the load that we bring in, when you take that in at that time of year, which is so special to everybody, the load that falls off of those people's faces and those families' faces when they know they're going to have a nice Thanksgiving and a good Christmas is invaluable. And then they sit there and they cry and they thank us. They shouldn't be thanking us for nothing. We're only doing what we exist to do. So what we're here to ask you guys, and so many more things, I don't have time, I know I'm on a 3-minute limit here. We're asking you guys for a vote tonight, and we're asking you for your vote to give us life so we can continue to help people and do what we do.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Stewart, you've done your homework in terms of figuring out what we need to do. I think there's a realization of what we can do. And that's, unfortunately, there's bureaucracy involved. And so the request that we take immediate action and exempt you from that is going to take us a little bit of time. I will write it, though. I believe it's appropriate. And I think it makes sense to bring in front of this body in a more formal action. Not only because I'm in your representation area, but I think you do good work. And there is always that sense of other and similar entities, and so I will step out there. You know, your personal choice to smoke and your constituents or your customers that come through there and have that social aspect that contributes to that. I see it elsewhere. VFW clubs, other retirement centers perhaps that could control that. So we may have, in the effort to save restaurants and bars and others from the ills of secondhand smoke and that drama that we acted on back in Adair, may have also caused some problems that I recognize. Another member of our community, Mr. McCain, sent memos out to all of the assembly members, and it was also well written. So I'll do my job here, which is to educate those that sit with me and try to communicate a positive message that I think would be okay. Specific exemptions perhaps are challenging for us, but maybe we can craft it in such a way that it allows that. And you've done your homework, provided us the basis for that, and I appreciate you coming down with the spirit of expectation that we can be practical. So thank you.
Is there a rough time limit? Or are we talking months? Because we're not going to be here in months.
Basically what happens is you got a commitment that there'll be an ordinance written. And then he will has to introduce it. The earliest he could even potentially introduce it is next week at our meeting then. Then it has to be advertised, and then it'll have to be a subsequent public hearing. Probably the quickest we could move is a month. And that's like speeding. Government is slow. But you did a good job. You really presented this well, and it's going to help us. So thank you for that. I note you've already gone to community councils. That helps, too. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Members.
Oh, Mr. Trainee, you have a comment?
Just for Bill. Bill, I talked with Julia on this. She said the exempt does not exist. The ability is for them to build an outside shed, if you will, for them to go and smoke there, but you might talk to Julia on it, because I already talked to her
We
about
sure will, and I'll appreciate your input in helping me produce a solution. Thank you.
I'm not going to come up with a solution, you know that.
You'll help me, though.
I wrote the law.
You'll help me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Apparently, there's several people who wanted to sign up to speak on the MTP or our long-range, I'm still going to call it long-range transportation by Mr. Flynn. You have to wring that out of me. So if you feel that you'd like to sign up ahead of time, Amanda, will you raise your hand? There'll be a sheet over there. We are going to be taking our break now, and when we come back, hopefully we can get our business done quickly so you can speak soon. So at this point, we're in recess. Back into session. I believe we've got a quorum here. It looks like we do. All right. The first item before us is 14A. This is AO 30. It's an ordinance adopting the 2035 Metropolitan Transportation Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.05.030 and amending AO 2006-72 to revise the provisionally adopted Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.01.080. It's accompanied by AM 142, and there is an S version also that has been introduced by Assemblymember Flynn. So at this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing, and you can testify to either the S version or the regular or both, I guess, at this point. I'm going to start, since we did have a sign-up sheet, I'm going to start with calling the names off the sign-up sheet. If you have some emergency where you can't handle the wait, contact Amanda over there, and she'll get me a message. You have 3 minutes to speak. If when I call you up, you could please state your name, and if your name is at all complex, spell it for the record. We'd appreciate it. Jamie Kenworthy, and then Dan Bonney will be next.
Thank you. Jimmy Kenworthy, South Anchorage. Federal Highways asked AMATS to, quote, develop a system-level analysis addressing the implications of proposed bridge tolling. But that has not been done in the MTP, and that's why we need a firewall on state revenues to the bridge. Unfortunately, because AMATS did not have the time or willingness to look into the validity of the Cabata traffic projections, like it or not, you will now own those toll projections. When an average of $55 million a year in deficits, my estimate, shows up when the bridge opens in 2016 or 2017, whoever is sitting in your chair in that year will own this problem because the shortfall is likely to come from South Central transportation funds. All Cabata financial plans assume the state of Alaska makes up the toll shortfall. We've learned that from public records requests and all their federal loan applications. After all the many versions of financial plans I've analyzed show one constant number. All the numbers move around, except they always have a minimum bond cover ratio of 1.23 to 1.336 to 1. In other words, $1.23 to pay $1 of costs. I now realize they've been reverse engineered. You start with the answer you need to show financial feasibility, and then you build the numbers you need to get to that. So, by Cabata's numbers of annual availability payments to the contractor start from $36 million in 2016 and grow to steeply to $141 million in 2051. Huge numbers that depend on huge toll revenue, $4.8 billion to be exact from their pro forma. Those are the numbers created to make the financial plan work. As one bond geek told me, you let me project out the revenue increasing steeply, and let me go out as far as I want, and I can make anything look financially feasible. Some of the factoids were told to AMAT's technical last August. Scott Goldsmith took a look at the number of traffic trips today between the Anchorage and the Valley and the number of households. And then we compared them with the Cabada numbers from their traffic consultant, Wilbur Smith. And according to the Cabada's traffic consultant, in 2035, there will be twice the share of trips per household, or 34%, will commute between Anchorage and the Valley each day, from less than 18% per household today. Not going to happen. The Valley is growing. We have hospitals, big box stores, etc. Numbers will go up, but the share should not go up. Since the August Technical Advisory Committee had information that Cabada's financial plan assumes the revenue of 4 lanes, but only the cost of 2 lanes between 2022, when the traffic allegedly is over 18,000 trips a day. We have about 28,000 trips from the Valley to Anchorage right now today, which is about 18,000, about the maximum for 2 lanes on a restricted highway, to 2030, when the trips go to 30,000 trips a day, and that's when they're going to put the 4 lanes in. So we've got the revenue from 4 and the thing to 2.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the information you provided earlier. There are no questions, sir. Dan Bonney, please.
Hi, my name is Dan Bonney. I'm a retired military officer, and I currently live in Eagle River. Most folks who know me would consider me to be pro-development, but in general, I also believe that we have to be prudent in the application of all public funds. When I look at the costs and benefits and risks of the Knik Arm Bridge, I find it fails my test for prudence. While I generally agree with Mr. Kenworthy's numbers, and the risks of likely revenue shortfalls, I'm going to address very briefly several other potential risks. First, completion of the bridge and development at Port Mackenzie may restrict operations at Elmendorf due to noise abatement issues. This isn't adequately addressed in any of the Cabada studies. Given the pressure on DoD budgets now and in the future, I'm not sure this is an acceptable risk to get a 2-lane bridge. Second, the current Cabada plan fails to address the costs and risks from disturbing the capped historical landfill on Elmendorf Air Force Base. And remediation of this site, which is currently not costed in any of the Cabada plans, will significantly increase costs on the bridge and for the access roads. Third, living in Eagle River, I'm impacted by the traffic on the Glen and all the delays. So the bridge may reduce traffic a little bit, but it sure makes a lot more sense from a cost-effectiveness perspective to expand the Glen and add the 2 lanes to the Glen that we know are going to get used by everyone because they won't cost anything, as opposed to taking the risks that are inherent in continuing and funding the bridge. In short, I believe the Knik Arm Bridge should be deleted from the MTP and compete for funding as a discrete project and either succeed or fail on its own fiscal basis, as was originally proposed several years ago. That concludes my comments, subject to any questions.
Thank you. There are none, sir. Thank you very much. Steve Clary.
Good evening. My name is Steve Cleary, and I am here tonight, as the first 2 speakers were, to urge you to either remove the Knik Arm crossing from the MTP, or at a bare minimum make sure that no more city, state, or federal money goes into the project. As the previous speaker noted, it needs to stand on its own if it indeed is a good private investment, and so private investors should take the lead on that. I wanted to alert you to the fact that the community council to which I belong, the Rogers Park Community Council, passed a resolution stating that the Knik Arm crossing should be removed from the MTP, as have 5 other community councils across the city. What I think the community councils are trying to convey is that they're worried that the shrinking pool of transportation finances, the decreasing amount of federal dollars is really going to put a pinch on precious transportation dollars. And we don't want to put all our eggs in the basket that's going to take people out of Anchorage and develop land outside of Anchorage. We want a smart transit plan that'll enhance what Anchorage has and make our city better. And the Knickarm Crossing does not do that. We've got a map out front that a lot of you have seen that shows that it's going to take longer to get to Wasilla over the bridge, not to mention costing you a toll. So the smartest transportation alternative, we believe, is to not build the bridge, and that's why I'm here to urge you to remove it from the MTP tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Constant?
Good evening. My name is Christopher Constant. I wanted to stand up and speak on behalf of Fairview. I stand before you wearing 3 hats: as a citizen, as the Vice President of the Fairview Community Council, as well as the President of the Fairview Business, the Chair of the Fairview Business Association, newly founded to advocate for business interests in Fairview. With the scuttling of the Highway to Highway project that's recently occurred and the ramping up of the Cabata effort, Fairview finds itself in a particularly pinched position. There is not much investment of the long-range transportation into Fairview, and in fact there's a disinvestment that's occurring now between Hyder and Ingle. People are just not sure of how they can invest in a neighborhood if they don't know if their homes are going to be torn down or if their businesses are going to be lost. So all of the projects that were on the Highway to Highway plan and approved and gone through every process that were in Fairview have been moved to 2035. All of the projects relating to Fairview that were on the Highway to Highway plan have been moved to 2035. Our neighborhood really can't take that. And so I'm here to urge you to consider where that piece of this transportation plan fits. Because 2035 is too late for a neighborhood that's trying to lift itself up. And so I don't know where and what mechanism you have to be able to raise our neighborhood up on the priority list, but 2035 is too long, and you will probably, as the administration knows, get used to hearing me and the word Fairview, because I'm going to be here, I'm going to be knocking on your doors, I'm going to be sending emails, making phone calls. We need your help and your support. So thank you.
Mr. Flynn, did you want to share what you did on that issue, or is it?
Yeah, and Mr. Constant and I have talked about it. It's not as good as I'd like it to be, but just for the edification of the body, what we did do, that so structured so that the highway to highway piece that was left between basically Fireweed Lane and Airport Heights was left as one huge mega project, impossible to build, really impractical. In this list, we've broken it into 3 more discrete projects. Mr. Constant is correct. They're not in the short-term list. They're in the long-term list. But we did get funding for the engineering and design of those 3 projects into the short-term list.
Okay.
So
thank you.
It ain't good news, but it ain't as bad as it could be.
Yeah, thank you. I just didn't know if he was aware of it, so thank you for that. Okay, very good. Avis Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Aves Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Trucking Association. And in the manner of full disclosure, I'm also Chairman of the Freight Advisory Committee to the Technical Advisory Committee of AMAS. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Alaska Trucking Association. Just 2 things. Number 1, we're pleased to see an increased emphasis on freight movement in Alaska in this plan. It's an acknowledgement that the safe and efficient delivery of freight throughout our system is essential. As we all know, if you got it, the truck brought it. And secondly, in terms of the Knickarm Crossing, our association feels that this is an important link in our future transportation system, and are pleased to see that it remains in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tyler Robinson? And then Todd Butler after Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Tyler Robinson. I'm with Cook Inlet Housing Authority. I'm here to talk about project number 121, which is a Spenard Road project. The language in the Metropolitan Transportation Plan includes support for a couplet on 36th Avenue and Spenard, so essentially turning the ends of Spenard out to Minnesota and 36th into one-way streets. Our entity recently purchased last summer from the U.S. Marshal's office, a PJ's former strip club there at 36th and Spenard, and we are also in negotiations to purchase a property across the street on the southwest corner of that intersection. We feel we have legislative support in this session to help with that acquisition. It's a contaminated property, and we feel we have conceptual plans to turn both of those properties into new projects. We would estimate a $26 million redevelopment at that intersection with housing and hopefully some mixed use as well. I'm sure you can imagine that turning those two roads into one-way streets would impact future development, especially if there's a retail component of those at those locations. And so what we're asking for, we've gone forward. We have the support of the Spenard Community Council for the project generally, but the way that the plan reads is that the couplet is sort of a done deal, and we're here to ask that you at least add some qualifiers in there. We don't think that there's been full analysis as to the potential impact of properties on 36th and Spenard in those particular areas, and we feel that until that is done so, and until the municipality weighs the benefits of potential benefits of other goals such as redevelopment in Spenard, we feel it's a little bit premature to add that in the plan. So we would ask that you consider modifying that language to include an impact to local properties of the Spenard 36th Avenue proposed couplet. Thank you.
Just a minute. Mr. Flynn, you have a question?
I'm sorry, that was
the previous.
Yep, my apologies.
All right. I'm sorry, you talked faster than I could turn pages. What project number is it?
121.
Madam Chair, it's on page 7-16.
Okay. And do you have the amendment that you'd like to see in writing?
You can have if you can read my writing, you're welcome to it.
Or I think, Ms. Drummond, do you have a question? Why don't you
I'll handle the amendment.
bring it to Ms. Drummond?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Okay.
Thank you.
I know where to find you if I have questions.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Todd Butler? And then it'll be Marilyn Hauser next. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Todd Butler. I'm president of the Tudor Area Community Council, 49-year Anchorage resident. And just wanted to say that I believe that this, the Kabata part of this MTP project is another example of the supreme arrogance of the Sullivan administration. He's pushing a project that the Dittman poll in March said that 58% of Alaskan residents don't want. I accepted when it was put back into the plan that if the whole thing could be financed privately, that I would accept it. But now they're trying to, I believe, give us erroneous assumptions based on unknowns that they want to be subsidized by the state, and I don't think that's right. I think there are a whole lot of other transportation projects that the money could be used for. And I also question Mr. Foster's assertion in his Compass piece that back in the late 60s, when I assumed that he was in his either 10 years old to 15 years old, not sure of his exact age, that he really was involved in discussions about the George Parks Highway. I think it's just another example of some of the misconceptions that have been promoted by the Kabata people. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn, there you are.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Hauser. That's Houser. The 2035 Metropolitan Transportation Plan is a disappointing document for its lack of details. The intersection of 36th and New Seward is slated for changes. What will those look like? What about where Northern Lights, Benson, and Fireweed all intersect the Seward? What area of businesses or residences will be sacrificed to make room for the changes? This piecemeal approach to the project is of concern to me. Improving existing roadways makes the most sense instead of building additional roads in conjunction with providing alternatives to single-occupancy vehicles, mass transit, reducing the number of trips per day, walking, biking, etc. Single-occupancy vehicles are a mode of travel that will become impractical in our city. It is increasingly expensive to own. Have you priced a new car recently? Or operate a car? Insurance, registration, and fees. Gasoline currently at $4.20 approximately, actually more than that, a gallon and rising, and maintenance are significant expenditures. It does not make sense that millions of revenue dollars be spent so that 1,000 people can drive 8 miles across town expeditiously when those 1,000 people could be using an efficient mass transit system. We need to move away from this idea of roads not having a cost. Roads are expensive to build and maintain. They're expensive to plow in the winter, to clear of grime in the spring, police so that they are safe, and large numbers of vehicles contribute to air pollution and respiratory illness. If tolls were applied to the use of all roadways, that would be more reflective of their true cost. And why is it that there's this notion that mass transit systems have to be money makers or revenue neutral? Roads do not make money, nor are they revenue neutral. And finally, I believe the Kinnick Arm Bridge project needs to be deleted from the 2035 plan, metropolitan plan, for reasons that the previous speakers have delineated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is Richard Brower? Ron, I couldn't read your writing. I know you. My goodness, I apologize.
Common sense. Richard Commons.
We can't hear you. Is the light on the microphone?
Yes.
Okay.
She turned it off. Is my time starting over?
We'll start it again.
Fair. The Kinnick Arm Bridge, why would we, in a long-range plan, take it out? That doesn't sound like long-range planning. We have one avenue out of here to go north. Every time there's an accident on the Glen Highway, and they have to close both lanes for a few hours, the Glen Highway is a parking lot. What's wrong with an alternative means to get out of here? If we have another Easter big quake, and that bridge goes down going across the Kinnick River right now, how are you going to get out of here? I think long-range planning, we need to keep that thing in there. I don't recall too many bridges that are privately built and run. Seems to me that's the purpose of a public government, is to build infrastructure. We should build this thing. We waste more money. I mean, we've got a new prison over across there that we can't get to because there's no bridge to it. If we ever decide to fill it with people, how are the people in this town going to go visit their relatives if we don't give them a way over there? I mean, let's do some long-range planning. We spend money like crazy. We're getting ready to give away a whole bunch more money for a fuel subsidy that it's just going to disappear like the last $800 disappeared, and we're going to be right back where we were. Let's build some infrastructure and get this town or this state in better shape to actually develop. It sounds like a lot of people are worried about their property values here, and they're afraid that, geez, if we open up land over there, I might lose a few bucks. Well, I think we'll gain more than we're going to lose. The development, both industrial, residential, that can happen if we open up a little bit more area is worth the cost. I say keep it in there. I've heard terms of social justice in traffic planning. I'd like to see some social justice in those darn concrete median dividers you guys have been installing by the yard. How about some social justice so I can turn left where I want? What is wrong with that? We're all going to be in little slot cars going up and down the roads and can't go where we need to go. That hurts businesses. That hurts just general good feelings about, can I get where I want to go? Let's do some social justice and tear those suckers out, or at least quit building them. I think the snowplowers would probably love you for it. That's it. Let's just do long-range planning. Let's not worry about all these little pissant things that you keep hearing about from others here, because you can stomp them all day long and they still keep coming back. So,
Thank you. Bob French?
Thank you. My name is Bob French, and I'm president of the Government Hill Community Council. I'd like to add a bit of background information about why we feel that Cabada's traffic and therefore their revenue forecasts are at least 2 times too high, and why that the formerly hidden information that we've discovered supports the independent analysis that Jamie Kenworthy talked about that shows that there will be an average of $55 million a year deficit that is going to get taken out of South Central's transportation projects. Those deficits are why I believe it's so important to restore that firewall that is being taken out by the MTP and make sure that when the firewall does get put back in, that it includes the condition that no more state or local funds should be allowed to be coming for this project. That's what we were promised from the start. It's only through Public Records Act, PRAs, that we found out that Cabada's traffic forecasts are twice what other forecasts that have been done for the Department of Transportation and the Mat-Su Borough have shown. And it appears that DOT is deliberately withholding data that makes Cabada's forecast look bad. My first PRA request was in March 2011, and it was related to the traffic counts for the highway-to-highway project. And after delays until after the end of the legislative session, I got the data that showed that the highway-to-highway project was predicting half of the traffic that on the bridge that Cabada is predicting, 17,000 versus 36,000. That forecast of about half the traffic is consistent with what we've heard for the traffic forecasts that are being done in the Mat-Su Borough on the other end of the bridge, trying to figure out what traffic they're dealing with. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what that data is because after 2 months of delays and everything, the Mat-Su Borough and DOT have not given up that data, and I've been forced to do a second PRA request. Had another PRA request to get the traffic analysis zone data that Cabada used to show their traffic and revenue forecasts. When we got that data, the most striking inconsistency that we found was Cabada is predicting there would be 13,828 jobs just in the first half mile on the other side of the bridge, while when they were predicting the same zones back in 2007, they only had 6,700 jobs. So why did they have this inexplicable doubling of the number of jobs between 2007 and 2011? Well, because the basis forecast for the population dropped. In 2007, they had about 250,000. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, could I ask him to quickly summarize and wrap up?
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Mr. French, if you could just summarize your final comments, please.
Sure. I think really what I'm saying is the MTP plan can only be fiscally constrained by assuming something that really cannot be true. They're assuming that Cabada's traffic predictions are going to be correct. They're assuming that they're going to get a $300 million TIFIA loan. They're assuming they're getting all of these, the $150 million from the state. All of these things are highly unlikely to happen, and if they don't happen, the Muni and our traffic is not going to have the money we need in the future. That's why we need the firewall. Thanks.
Just a moment, Mr. French. Mr. Honeman has a question.
Mr. French, you said that you put in a PRA. Who are you submitting these through? Is it Cabada? Is it the state? Is it the who do you?
2 of them have gone to the Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. So South Central office here, and then also for the Mat-Su Borough in their planning department.
And you're not getting the information back?
We've received 2 PRA requests back. There's one that is still outstanding.
And so if you're, I guess I would suggest, and if it's the state, is contact your legislature representative and also maybe the state ombudsman in case there's some delays that you aren't getting the information timely. Just a suggestion. It seems I'm with you on the concern about the numbers.
It certainly appears that the numbers are being hidden if they conflict with Kabata's data. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Epstein.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Lois Epstein, and I serve on the AMAT's Technical Advisory Committee as the representative for the Air Quality Advisory Group. I'm a licensed engineer and the former director of the Alaska Transportation Priorities Project, a watchdog organization. I am speaking tonight for myself. While serving on the AMAT's TAC, it became clear to me that the committee's state and municipal representatives were not asking the needed hard questions of Kabata. Why else would it be acceptable to assume that daily traffic would be roughly the same in 2035 with a $16 round-trip toll using Kabata's model versus no toll, as in the AMAT's model? Why else would the TAC ignore the fact in the draft MTP that it's wholly unlikely that Kabata ever will receive a $300 million federal low-cost TIFIA loan? Those loans, and there aren't many granted, go to areas with high population, serious congestion, and failing infrastructure, and the proposed bridge meets none of these criteria. Likewise, even though the TAC learned in August 2011 that Kabata was including 4 lanes of revenue but only 2 lanes of cost in its pro forma financial plan, why did the TAC carry that error into the draft MTP? And why did the TAC not require that the high cost of financing the Kinnick Bridge be documented in the draft MTP, including the 12% rate of return for the private investor? Another important concern I have about the bridge is that the project scored very low in terms of the AMAT screening process, with a score of 12 out of a possible 30 points. Many higher scoring projects will not be constructed due to the fiscal constraint requirements of the MTP. Last, the draft MTP states that AMATs chose, quote, conservative assumptions to avoid underestimating future traffic volumes, unquote. Ironically, AMATs chose not to use conservative financial assumptions regarding the bridge. The draft MTP assumes that toll revenue shortfalls will, quote, not adversely affect the amount of state funds anticipated to be committed within the AMATs area, unquote. Given that the shortfall could be over $1 billion in total during the time period of the MTP, according to Mr. Kenworthy's analysis, which you have, is it reasonable to assume that legislators from other parts of the state will not reduce funding to AMATs for other projects? For the good of Anchorage, I urge the Assembly to reinstate the requirement in the 2027 Long-Range Transportation Plan with Mayor Sullivan, when he was in the Assembly, supporting it, now known as the MTP, that no additional state or local funds will go to the Kinnick Bridge. State funds come through AMAT, so the Assembly can make this type of recommendation. Finally, I would encourage the Assembly to consider a resolution asking the legislature to reallocate remaining Kinnick Bridge funding to a needed local project that would eliminate commuter bottlenecks, i.e. expanding the Eagle River bridges on the Glen. Thank you very much for your attention to these comments. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. There appear to be no questions.
Okay, thanks.
Donna Ryman? And then Lottie Michael will be next.
Good evening. My name is Donna Rymut, R-Y-M-U-T. I am a resident of Government Hill, as well as the vice president of the Government Hill Community Council. I'm here for myself. I have been before the Assembly 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years, testifying in regards to Kabata and the bridge. Again, I did not prepare remarks for today like I normally do. In a nutshell, I'm against the firewall being removed, the firewall provision being removed, and I would like to see the bridge be removed from the 2035 plan. I think we could learn from what's happened over the last 5 years that every step of the way, Kabata has changed how things are going to work. The promises they've made have been slowly piecemealed away. Whether they want it in the short-term planning phase or the long-term plan, how much it's going to cost, whether it's going to be privately funded. Now all of a sudden it's no longer to be privately funded. We want the state to backstop the tolls. We want the legislature to approve state funding for the project. I think this is a very, very big mistake if the Assembly were to approve, or that this would go forward, that the state would be responsible for port barreling this project. One only needs to look at what's gone on with the Whittier Tunnel as far as the Dittman Pole and the money lost and the traffic that is not there to support that. One only needs to look at the port and the unanticipated problems that has had and the money lost there. I can't imagine the cost of this bridge and the state being responsible for it. And it is not going to be only $600 million. We will be spending billions and billions of dollars into our children's and their children's lives over this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lottie Michael?
Hello, I'm Lottie Michael, and I wanted to speak about the Spenard Road and the transportation plan. I would like very much for you to insert the language that the roadway will remain 4 lanes. I've made a long-term financial commitment to the Spenard area. I've done that over the last several years. I've been on a task force, many of us have, for the last 12 months. The task force has built a consensus on items that we all thought were important for Spenard. On the list of priorities, changing the road from 4 lanes to 3 lanes or 2 lanes or whatever was about second from the last. It just was not a priority. What was a priority was lowering the speed limits, cleaning the roads, upgrading the lighting, putting in crosswalks. Those are the items we want. I don't know of any property owner in that stretch of road that wants to change it from 4 lanes to 3. It has sidewalks on both sides. It's over $16 million. I think those funds could be better spent in neighborhoods, your neighborhoods, on streets that need repair and want repair. It's not what we want right now. Thank you very much.
We do have a question. Mr.
Okay.
Flynn?
Actually, just for the good of the body, the project that Ms. Michael's referring to is number 112 on page 7-14.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Kessler?
Hello, my name is Stephanie Kessler. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening on the draft MTP. My comments will focus on the Knik Arm crossing. I am here to urge the Assembly to add the state and local firewall language back into the MTP. The municipality of Anchorage needs to protect itself from the financial catastrophe that will be the Knik Arm crossing. Kabata and its backers have proclaimed that after an initial startup period, the bridge will be self-supporting and even a revenue generator. Those proclamations are based on a supposedly sound financial analysis and projections. But Kabata and its analysts have repeatedly manipulated numbers and projections in attempts to paint a rosy picture of a financially prudent project. The financial basis of the Knik Arm crossing is structured entirely around toll revenue paybacks. Those toll revenues are in turn dependent upon traffic projections, which are in turn based on population projections. It all comes down to how many people will live at Point McKenzie and how many people will commute back and forth between Point McKenzie and Anchorage. So where have those estimates come from? Wilbur Smith and Associates provided those estimates to Kabata. Even though Wilbur Smith would have you believe that they're beyond reproach, studies have documented that the real truth is that Wilbur Smith overestimates their toll traffic on their projects by an average of 118%. That's 2.27 times the actual revenue. It's a very significant number. 118% average overestimation error is consistent with the 103% overestimation difference between the 17,700 vehicles a day that CH2M Hill modeled on Scott Goldsmith's Vicer's demographic data for the Anchorage Highway-to-Highway project. And I'm sorry, I am sure you guys hear just this massive, mind-numbing stream of numbers, so I apologize for continuing to do that. Wilbur Smith, in turn, though, has projected that, golly, instead of 17,700 vehicles a day, there are going to be 36,000 vehicles a day in 2035, and the revenue from that 36,000 vehicles is the number that's used in Kavada's financial plan. Independent analysis has shown that that overestimation will lead to a $2.5 billion shortfall that the state of Alaska will be responsible for. The private partner does not bear that risk. In fact, the only risk the private partner bears are construction costs. As another example of numbers manipulation and obfuscation, Kavada's financial plan and financial information stated in the draft MTP continue to include the revenue from 4 lanes of traffic and only 2 lanes of cost. So just to conclude quickly, I strongly urge the Assembly to reinsert the state and local firewall provision into the MTP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom McGrath?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Anchorage Assembly, Mr. Mayor, my name is Tom McGrath. As a member of the Board of Directors of the North Star Business District, I would like to present you with our recommendations for Chapter 7, Items 112, 121, and 115. We recommend deleting Chapter 7, Item 121 in its entirety, as it is a near duplication of Item 112. We recommend correcting or changing the language of Item 112 to simplify it. We recommend inserting language in Item 115 to clarify the wishes of the local property owners to ensure Fireweed Lane stays 4 lanes. Please see the handout that I gave the municipal clerk that details our recommendations. We concur with Cook Inlet Housing on Item 121 that it should not be done at this time until they decide what needs to be done in that area. Now I would like to address the entire plan as a citizen taking off my hat as a member of the North Star Business Association. I hope that the Assembly spends a significant amount of time reviewing this plan. Transportation in Anchorage is primarily with the use of an automobile, but this plan is attempting to push us in every direction other than the automobile. I especially take offense to the language in Chapter 3, Goal 3, which asks that we consider social justice in developing this plan. Women Marks may be happy with that goal, even though they could never decide what social justice actually meant, but I'm not happy with using that language, and I do not think it has any place in a transportation plan. There's a lot of flowery language, but the end result is Chapter 7 is item after item building roads for the use by automobiles. Some would say that the language does not matter, but I maintain that each time we let a plan be put into place that has this much of a liberal environmental bent, we further empower a small vocal minority that should not be encouraged. I know time is of the essence, and the goal is to finalize this plan by the end of June. But a few extra months now is a short time compared to the length of the time that this plan covers. Thank you.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. McGrath, for coming down. I'm a little confused by your assertion that 121 and 112 are duplicative. I thought 112 is from the bluff, from Hillcrest to Benson, and then 121 is Benson.
Yeah, they're kind of confusing both of them because they don't take into account that Hillcrest down to Chester Creek's already been completed.
Right.
That was done. And then one of them mentions the couplet, and then it goes back to Benson to Hillcrest again. And then the part from 36 to 30th is actually left out of both items. So what we're saying is, let's make it one project from 36 to Hillcrest. go back to the plans that we've been talking about for about 18 years now of, just fixing the safety improvements, doing an overlay, $10 million approximate plan, and forget all of the 3-lane and all of the many other things that everybody's been talking about that we don't really have a consensus on.
Okay. I'll make sure we get this to the TAC for another review this week, and we'll take a look.
Okay, and then the Fireweed Lane is just,
Yeah, I know.
we want to make sure it's 4 lanes instead of 3. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Drummond, just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Mr. McGrath. I don't see Hillcrest to Chester Creek mentioned anywhere. It is not mentioned in 112 or in 121. And I agree that it's been done.
The way that I read this, one place it said Minnesota to Minnesota, so that would include the part from Hillcrest down to Chester and then back up to Minnesota.
If you could find where that is, I would appreciate it. I see on page 714 and 716, 112 is defined as Hillcrest Drive to Benson Boulevard. That's the phase that's currently in conversation, and 121 is Spenard to Minnesota.
Okay, 121 it says...
Benson to Minnesota.
Okay, 121 it says rehabilitate from Benson Boulevard to Minnesota Drive. Well, it's either one direction or the other, so if it's Benson to Minnesota, that would include the Hillcrest to Chester Creek. Yeah, it goes down and back up to Minnesota.
I don't, that's not what this is referring to.
Yeah, let me help out.
Okay.
The Benson to Minnesota, I just checked with staff, is actually running southward.
Mr. Flynn, you have to use the mic.
Sorry. The Benson to Minnesota piece is running southward, south from Benson to where Spenard re-intersects Minnesota by park lanes.
Okay.
Rather than bowling lanes or whatever it is.
But the length of the project then is suspect because it says it's 0.63 miles, and I believe that the other one, the links don't add up. So that's why we were trying to simplify it and say, let's do one project from 36 to Hillcrest, get rid of the other language because it's confusing. We went around and around about this, and we couldn't figure out exactly what they were talking about.
Ms. Drummond, would you like to get the consultant who prepared the report to clarify that project, or not?
It's clear to me.
Okay.
I'm fine with it. Thank you.
All right.
I'll get it checked out. Don't worry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Oh, wait. Mr. Starr has a question.
Are they proposing the design, say, in front of a business called Frigid North? Is it now slated to come to 2 lanes with a center median? Is that what's?
Well, we've had about a year of discussions. Ernie Hall facilitated a lot of discussions, and that's something that we could never come to consensus on. The business community most of the business community wants it to remain 4 lanes. Some people want it to go to 3 lanes. And I've been following this. We first started talking about this in 1993.
I understand it. Brass tacks for me, though. Your amendment language in here, does it deal with that when you're talking about the 4-lane stuff? So your intention of keeping it and just remodeling it, take away all that stuff?
Right. Our intention is to just remodel it as it is, 4 lanes, fix some of the minor problems, slow down the speed, and I think we would have a good street.
Okay, so take the hat off of the other thing that you're on now. As a business owner along that drive, does that make sense to you as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What we did at Alaska Sausage and that whole thing farther down there is inappropriate for 2 reasons. Is that we blocked off the left turn access and we created a narrow throat choking traffic problem. Is that?
Right, and I use Arctic quite a bit. And it's a nightmare. The lanes are painted as a 3-lane, but 6 months out of the year, the lanes are covered with snow, and people have no idea whether it's 2 lanes, 3 lanes, or 4 lanes, so they're just all over the place.
All right, we'll get there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your clarity.
Jim Bowers? You can give a handout to the clerk.
Hi, folks. Jim Bowers, Spenard Community Council. I'm feeling like a glass is half full kind of guy here this evening. I wanted to say something nice about the plan. I liked the language that it started out with. I don't want to go as far left as Tom might suspect some of us are, but I do think that it's important that a kid can walk to school, stuff like that. I think this plan addresses that. When the council board had a meeting the other day, and basically we come up with qualified support for some road projects, 108, 110, 112, 115, 121. I've handed the list out. And basically why I say qualified support is Tom, Lottie, business owners, they've got some legitimate concerns. Their livelihood is depending on what's going on in there. On the other hand, there is a large contingent that is looking for more pedestrian safety, bicycle stuff, a lot of stuff that's annoying to some people, but as I say, I'm kind of in favor of school kids being able to walk to school, people being able to walk from a movie theater over to Sugar Spoon and get some dessert after the flicks, stuff like that. What I think all of us are on board with is that we've got to do something. The road is deteriorating. Just in the last couple of days, driving around by 36 on Spenard, we've got alligator cracking. We're looking at subgrade failure. We're going to have to spend some serious coin if we don't do something to maintain it now. The community council, just to shift gears a little bit, there are 3 road projects listed here, 304, 5, and 9. We've always opposed it. They're concerning with interchanges on Minnesota and Tudor. There's a lot of things that could be done for traffic with enabling left-hand turns at the same time. Finally, there are a couple of issues that are minor to anybody that doesn't live in the neighborhood. Figure 418 on page 423, it kind of shows sidewalks and trails that aren't there. We'd love it if they were. Where it comes in is that Tom and a lot of people with the community council have spent, I don't know, I spent 12 years trying to get Van Buren 48th, separating the truck traffic from the kids at the soccer fields and Brother Sisters Park and the rec center. We finally got that done, but we've just kind of shifted it upstream to where...
If you can finish your sentence, sir.
Thank
Not
you.
that bad.
Basically, connecting pathways and trails that are already there between Minnesota, going around the corner onto Harding, I guess it is, and then over to 45th. Basically, we've got the truck traffic separated from residential traffic, but if we could provide some clear pathways for bicyclists and kids going to the rec center, that'd really be safer for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Don Crandall?
My name is Don Crandall. I'm president of the Mountain View Community Council. It's going to be really brief. I just wanted to bring to your attention that you've heard most of the details against additional public funding for Cabata, and just wanted to remind you that the Mountain View Community Council also passed a resolution opposing additional public funding for Cabata, as we fear that it will take away needed funds for local projects which are really addressing urban congestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina Monteufel?
My name is Regina Monteufel, and I am the former Vice President of Fairview Community Council.
Regina, you're not going to be on TV if you don't get to the mic.
Okay. I don't care if I'm on TV or not. My name is Regina Monteufel. I'm the former Vice President of Fairview Community Council, Beautification Director. I have certification from the federal government in community development practices, strategies, construction management. I have over 20 years of experience from community councils, but I am definitely not for the Knik Arm Bridge. I think that money could be better spent. I think that we need to spend more on transportation, such as busing. I really get frustrated when I see these retired buses going to Wasilla when they should be used at nighttime to get people off the street. I think that we should really take a good look at what we're doing. We should slow down the traffic on Spenard Road when kids are out of school and on the weekends. And this is controversial, but if you have to bring back photo rated R during that certain time of the day, I would say do it. Sometimes you have to think about the neighborhoods first before you start thinking about the bottom line of who's going to get a job for Knik Bridge. The bottom line is taking care of the communities. And there's a lot of sidewalks that should be put in through the city to make it safer. We have some bus stops in different parts of the city that could have some covers on them so that they could be out of the snow. And there's, a plan that I put several times to the Transportation Committee. I haven't put it recently. I guess I need to put it again. When the buses stop, to start having private busing. Have owner-occupied driven vans that move through the city and go the routes that the buses go on a predetermined route. And then that way the people that are working at night and the night workers could get home safely. I think that we need to start thinking about the usage of all the people instead of just bricks and mortar, and instead of putting more cement and more roads. There are too many people that work at night that cannot afford a cab from one end of the town to the other end of town and do not feel safe in some of the cabs. There's a lot of good drivers and there's a lot of bad drivers. And, we need to look more at privatizing. I've put forward plans before where it would be privatized and where it wouldn't cost the city very much money other than making sure that the vehicles are safe and make sure that they pass certain standards and that they're repaired properly. But I think that we need to start thinking about the safety of all our citizens and not just cars and roads. And I've learned a lot, and I would gladly take any position on the Transportation Committee if you'd like to learn more. Are there any questions? I know I'm limited to 3 minutes.
There are none. I did want to let you know there's one private bus line working right now, the Valley Mover. I don't know if you've seen that pink bus. It's private.
Yeah, but it's only twice a day, and that's not realistic.
Yeah, understand.
It's not realistic. When you have a certain amount of buses that are being retired, those buses should be used in a manner to help the Anchorage residents.
Thank you.
That should go out to bid.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We went through the early sign-up list. If you would like to speak on this IBTP, and you're here, you certainly could do it right now.
Hello, I am Sally Speaker, S-P-I-E-K-E-R, and this is Judd Smith. We are on the Anchorage Public Transit Advisory Board, and we're the chair and the co-chair of that board. And we are presenting a resolution supporting the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. We see the plan as a blueprint to guide the development and implementation of needed transportation improvements in our community. Public transportation is expected to play an increasing role in future transportation needs. Continued policy and funding commitment to improve public transportation service is important in creating a viable travel option as bus ridership is forecasted to almost double by 2035. Capital and operating costs for recommended public transit improvements is based on reasonable expectations of continued levels of federal transit dollars, local bonds, and state funds. Operating costs for an expanded system will require an increase in local dollars and/or new sources of revenue. Core challenges of implementing the public transportation element of the plan are funding, policy, public perceptions of the value of transit, and improved delivery of service. Recommendations represent public transportation needs and priorities based on the timing of the needed projects, consistency with municipal plans, and effective means of providing passenger benefits, and the importance of reliable and efficient service. Implementation of public transportation service as recommended in the plan will require a diligence of commitment to policy, funding, and public-private partnerships that promote and enhance our public transportation system. The Public Transit Advisory Board recommends approval of public transportation goals, elements, recommendations, and implementation measures included in the 2035 Metropolitan Plan.
If I may, I'll just add a few more things. My name is Jedediah Smith. I'm also a member of the Public Transit Advisory Board, as well as I serve on the Air Quality Committee for AMATS. We do support the transit components of the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And just a few facts about People Mover and the service that it provides. We have 14 routes throughout the city. In 2011, People Mover provided over 4.1 million rides. This is a trend that we believe is going to be on the increase. In fact, we have seen year-to-date for this year already a 13% system-wide average increase for this year. So just to sum it up, with the approval of this plan, we'd really like to underscore the commitment that you'll be making to public transportation, as this is a multimodal plan, and not just for built infrastructure, but for different ways of getting around this city. So we just really want to say that we support the public transportation options in this plan. They match up with the Blueprint Plan, which is a report that advises the Transit Board and informs our decisions and how we advise you, the Assembly. So thank you very much.
I want to thank you both for serving on that commission. I really appreciate it, and it helps the Assembly when we hear from you regularly. I do have a question. Do you know if that plan has ever come to the Assembly?
I'm sorry, the Blueprint Plan?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, no, but I was just appointed to the board last spring, and this is
later. Thank you.
Certainly something we would be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Ray Powers. Good evening. I wish we had the sunshine coming in here for us.
Me too.
Be nice. You know, the city of Anchorage really does need that Connect Arm Bridge. To think we don't need it is thinking small, and there's been a lot of thinking small done in this city in the last 50 years. You know, the state has taken almost $100 billion out of the pipeline. Where is it? I would like to see the Connect Arm Bridge either taken out of this plan or taken out for review and put back in the long-range plan. And the reason for that is, let's not think small and build a two-lane bridge. Let's build a big bridge. Let's build a bridge that's going to carry something. You know, we talk about the billion-dollar port we're building down here with continuous dredging, because that's the way the silt comes and settles in there. We talk about increasing 10 acres that we get for laydown area. Hey, if we build the Connect Arm Bridge, we've got 100,000 acres of laydown area. You know, I got a much grander, a loftier idea of Anchorage. To me, Anchorage, has anybody been to Pike Street Market in Seattle? I mean, this is a vibrant oceanfront community in the city of Seattle. Anchorage, we got much nicer than that. We have the sunsets across Sleeping Lady. We've got a tourist attraction beyond. So my vision would be to keep the port that we have now and only use it for the cruise ships and bring the tourists in. Do all of our heavy lifting over on the other side where they already have a really world-class port and truck everything across. Let's spend $1 billion instead of doing this little port that we're trying to do here. Let's clean up that area down below with that leaky, and I say leaky, I'm a pipe welder, I've welded down there, leaky tank farm. It's nasty. I mean, we've got some ugly oceanfront property that we could really use here. We could make it we could have shops and maybe a marina for fishermen. We could have a fish market. We could have restaurants and shops. I mean, it could be a really nice addition to our city. So I would like to see the transportation plan kind of step back and looked at a little closer, and maybe incorporate something that's really going to be a benefit to our community. If we concentrate too much on the minutia, the little things like this, we see the trees, but maybe we don't see the forest. So with that, I got some more to say, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify?
Good evening. Jim Wanamaker, testifying as an individual, and it's concerning the Knik Arm Bridge, and we should keep this characterized solely as a privately financed project. Let this project succeed or fail only according to the conditions laid out. Keep the lines of financing clear. Look at the trouble that fell upon the Port of Anchorage when the financing sources were blurred. Also, having the Knik Arm Bridge in the long-range transportation plan without this proposed protection raises the prospect that public transportation funds may be diverted away from needed Anchorage construction and maintenance projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to testify? Barbara. Anyone else who'd like to testify? You better get up. There you go. Okay.
Mark Butler, BUT-LER. I'd like to approach and give some documents.
Boy, you're really going to weigh us down. 3 different ones coming, folks.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a member of the North Star Community Council, Mark Butler, and we voted to keep the portion of Spenard Road is exactly as it is, and it passed the planning and zoning and so forth. It was erroneously said earlier tonight that no businesses, or I should say, someone said they didn't know any businesses, but there is businesses on this Spenard Road that are very much in favor of the Spenard Road project as designed, with some positive changes by our talented city engineers. And so this petition here of Spenard Road business and property owners are in favor of the 3/4 lane project, and the names of these business owners and property owners are directly on here: Taproot, Brown Bear, that's the Plato's, and Brown Jug Building, Popeye's Emporium, Spenard Shell, REI, Bosco's, those kind of businesses, Anchorage House of Hobbies, and so forth. So there is actually a majority of the businesses actually in the property, businesses and property owners directly on the road are in favor of that. Plus, there's a new business association called the Spenard Chamber of Commerce. There's 74 members, and they're unanimously in favor of this project. Obviously, many of these are not immediately on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to testify?
My name is Larry Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T. I am the president of the North Star Business Association and also the general manager of Sunrise Bakery on Spenard Road. And I would like to say that I think Tom McGrath did a great job of expressing the way that we feel about the Spenard Road. I was also part of the Spenard Road Task Force, and during that task force I do think there were some great ideas that were proposed by not only businesses but people in the community. And at this point I think we're still waiting to hear back from the city engineers to the exact design, but I think it would be not a true statement to say the majority of the businesses on Spenard Road are for a 3-lane design. I think it is a much more honest statement to say that the majority of the businesses on Spenard are interested in the 4-lane road how it is currently with some changes.
You have to speak in the microphone or it doesn't pick up, but I think we got it.
Seems like when I get here it echoes a little bit.
Sometimes, yeah, the system is not very well designed. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, not at all.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else like to testify? Anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move 2012-30.
And that was
Regular
seconded
version.
by Mr. Trombley. Go ahead, Mr. Starr. You want to speak to it?
Well, I do. I particularly like your amendments. If you would actually move them, I'd yield the floor to that. So if you want to pass the gavel and move them, or I can try to get through it. I think you're probably better skilled at it than I am.
Whatever you want to do.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might, or Mr. Chairman, sorry. If you wouldn't mind, I think it might be useful to take up which version we're going to work from first.
I moved 2012-30.
Right. So if you don't mind, I'd like to move the S version, and we'll see which version we're working from so the amendments are appropriately appended. Is that reasonable to you?
Well, the problem is we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So what I would recommend you do, Mr. Flynn, would be to move to substitute.
Yeah. That's
And then that would supersede the motion on the floor.
Okay. Then I'll move to substitute the S version.
Second.
All right. That is, the substitute version is before us now. Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Flynn?
Yes. The purpose of the S version is to reinstate the, what it was referred to earlier as a firewall. Those were the preconditions that this body allowed the Kindergarten Crossing to be added to the long-range transportation plan prior to my service on this body. And it is increasingly clear that the claim that the state and federal monies they had originally appropriated to them, along with private funding, will not be sufficient to build this project. So whether you think it's a good idea or not, you should be considering where they're going to get the rest of that money. This is one pot that they could pursue, that being AMAT's funding. Now, if you think about the MTP or the LRTP as a menu, it's an easier way to conceptualize this. You got some of column A, some of column B, some of column C. A is roads, B is transportation enhancements, trails, C is congestion mitigation, air quality, buses. When they added column D, we were promised that we wouldn't lose any money from A, B, or C. Without this provision, we are at risk of losing money, and that comes from column A, roads. So, if you don't adopt the S version, then the consequence is this body will be setting up our future colleagues or replacements to not have sufficient funding to build roads in our community, and whatever you think about this list won't really matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
Respectfully, Patrick, I think you're scared about nothing right now. And I do that in a I was almost going to say a gentle way, but that wasn't too gentle. And I think the idea is to put forth a plan for all citizens and residents to consider. There's no question, including state dollars. The state dollars are allocated and appropriated to the local level. So the way you have it written, creatively, I may add, creatively, you sort of try to tie the hands of both the state and the local, from my perception. And I'm not ready to do that quite yet. The forecast, the fundings, the plan, as you show, is just that. It's a plan. From that, it moves into other appropriated dollars. I think your creative language and your fear that you just put out to this body that we're going to have to choose one or the other isn't there yet. It isn't there yet. And to be honest with you, there also is this other discussion about why wouldn't we allow local dollars to be spent for some of the realignment requirements that could very well do enhancements to our community on this side, such as the port. I come from trucking and logistics, and it is not fun trying to move trucks and things in and out of our primary source. No one likes to see them in town. We're going to have dust all over town, and everyone's going to blame it on those big old trucks moving through here. We could, if we were smart and stay the course on the funding discussions that we've had, we could make a case to invest in our local infrastructure using local dollars. You're going to prohibit us from having that conversation because some of that is tied into the bridge. And I'm not ready for that. I think it's far premature. So I can't support your S version. I know what you're trying to do, but it's this tennis match that keeps going on. The reference in 2007 that this resets it back to the local, I don't think it necessarily does, given the history of what's transpired up until now. I just urge the no vote. Let's get on to the things and the amendments, and you take it back to the committee as we amend it and let it fall where it may. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Flynn, my question for you is, when the state allocates money to the city of Anchorage, does it then become local dollars for us? Let me step back. The state says, here's $10 million for Muldoon Road, and I'm just throwing that out there. Can we take that $10 million and then say, you know what, we're not going to do Muldoon Road. Instead, we're going to do we're going to do a different road. And if so, my concern is that if all the money that comes from the state locally, meaning that if the state said, here Anchorage, here's $600 million for Cabada, if that becomes local money, according to this, technically we couldn't spend it. Am I correct in that assumption?
No. The way the structure works currently, this is your menu. It populates what's called a transportation improvement project list. Okay? So just because stuff is in here doesn't mean it gets done, and just because it's in here in a certain way doesn't mean it gets done that way. That goes into, not until it's into the transportation improvement project list. We then submit that to the state. The state then develops the statewide transportation improvement project list based on the local input from around the state. Then they allocate dollars based on a formula, that has population figures and so on and so forth, so that Anchorage projects get funded using that pot of money. What the previous assembly did was say that pot that's allocated to Anchorage cannot be redirected to Cabada. What the assembly did not do and cannot do is prevent the legislature from doing a direct appropriation to Cabada. And so this would not preclude that in any way, shape, or form. Again, whatever your position on the bridge, and we've heard varied positions here tonight, and we have varied positions on this body, this does not affect whether it gets built or not. It simply affects whether our share of state transportation dollars are diverted to it.
Anything else?
Sure. Thank you, Patrick.
Ms. Johnston.
I'm actually in support of the S version, and it comes from spending time this year working with our mayor and our delegation as far as Juneau on the port. And I know what it's like to be going down and asking for a large project. What we're lucky about with the port is the port we can prove to be a statewide port. It moves goods in and out of Anchorage to the rest of the state, and the legislators are appreciating that. So we are able to receive funds for the port and not have it affect our local allocations and our local capital programs. I'm not sure if we would be so lucky with the bridge if the bridge received funding but not enough funding to be completed, and we would be in a spot where we'd have to be going and getting more money, because it would not be considered a statewide bridge. I've supported it staying in the short-term projects. I think that allows Cabata to go to the feds, which they have been trying to do for a number of years. It doesn't preclude them from doing that. It doesn't preclude them, as Mr. Flynn says, of going to a state legislature and getting full funding. But I don't think we should put ourselves at risk for A, B, and C in this book for the bridge. I think we need to keep on the course that we've kept for a number of years here, and I'm very comfortable going and leaving the firewall in. Thank you.
Mr. Hall?
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a short break at some point here.
Whenever you want it. Are you going to make a motion now?
I'd make a motion now for a short break.
5 minutes? 10 minutes?
10.
Is there objection to a 10-minute recess? Seeing none, we are in recess for 10 minutes. In the session, Mr. Hall, do you have anything you'd like to say at this point? I had you in my queue.
Let's go.
Let's go, huh? Okay. Mr. Honeman, we have a substitute, motion to substitute on the floor. We do indeed, but we have people in queue still. Mr. Honeman.
Turn my mic on. I think Ms. Johnson pretty well said it best. I think we need to move the S version. I support that, and for all the reasons already stated. So, but be brief in comments.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote on the motion to substitute? Mr. Birch, are you there? We can't hear you, sir. Madam Clerk, can you confirm what he said? All right, that was a no. All right. You want to display the results, Madam Clerk? All right. And the motion to substitute passed 9-2. So, is there any other motions that need to be made at this point?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll start running your amendments for you if you want, or I'll defer to Mr. Starr. Your choice.
Or I could pass the gavel.
You can do whatever you want.
Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. You should all have a sheet of 8 amendments in front of you. Mr. Flynn suggested I make them all at once, but I'm a little bit afraid to do that. Basically, I talked through a lot of these issues with Mr. Spring, and I want to thank him for his help. And I think we've reached concurrence on virtually all of them on the language. My first amendment is on page 8.6, table 8.4, the TSA, to amend by adding a sentence saying different LOS standards will be adopted for different areas of the municipality.
Oh, Jennifer seconded, sorry.
Seeing no comment, let's vote. Passes unanimously. Ms. Osiander?
Amendment 2 is on page 8.7, the policy recommendations. Amend the first bullet to say, promote the integration of appropriate non-motorized public transportation facilities and landscaping within, and delete the word all, and then say new and major roadway construction projects through interdepartmental coordination, and add the words and public input during the project scoping phase.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote.
I'm sorry, Ernie, I'm actually in the queue.
Oh, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, on this one, I guess Mr. Spring or Mr.
Would you like me to explain intent?
Yeah, that'd be great.
My concern throughout this has been with the integration of the two LRTPs, what happens to the priorities for Chugiak Eagle River? I have to be real blunt. That's a big focus of how I approach this. And my concern is there are some rural roads that need work. And my fear is if there's a mandate that all new road projects are going to include non-motorized public transportation facilities and landscaping, that does not work for Birchwood Loop, Eklutna Road, Highland Road, Eagle River Road. And so I'd like it to be discretionary so that we can do the appropriate infrastructure improvements according to the road project need.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. It's a little bit more broad than that, so I was a little concerned, but I'm sure we can manage it appropriately.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Ms. Osiander.
Then,
Mr. Birch. He votes yes. Carries unanimously. Ms. Osiander.
Amendment number 3 is to add a new action item, CPE, as follows. Update and refine the set of initial screening criteria used to rank the short-term and long-term projects in the MTP to take into consideration the difference in sub-area needs and priorities.
Seeing no one in the queue, Mr. Birch. Please vote. Okay. Ms. Osiander. That passes unanimously. Ms. Osiander.
Amendment 4, request that Table 7.1 be reviewed and potentially amended by the TAC. I'd like to, if I could, explain the rationale on that. I've been confounded by that Table 7.1 ever since I first looked at the document. It seems to me fraught with peril for projects that are not in the very densest part of town. I have real concern with the number of modes of a project potentially equal in weight to the need criteria of a project. I also was frankly astounded to see that all the time I'd spent trying to figure out that table, there was an error in the printing. So the line segment that talked about the cost was cost divided by length divided by ADT. And actually, until I read the TAC comments, I didn't know that was supposed to be times AADT, which profoundly changed the impact of how I looked at the whole thing. So there's a misprint in the document to my reading, and it basically says that short projects to me and heavy traffic areas are always going to win. And so frankly, my first inclination was just get rid of that table, but Mr. Spring convinced me otherwise. So I just want to, and I will come to the TAC when this is discussed, to try to elaborate my issues. But at this point, considering our time constraints, all I'm saying is, please look at this again.
And Madam Chair, I think that's a very good way to handle it.
Thank you.
Okay, no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Mr. Birch?
Yes?
That passes unanimously. Ms. Osiander?
Amendment number 5 is to amend Project 308 so that it reflects the scope when it was listed in the Chugiak Eagle River LRTP and insert it in the long-term projects list instead of the current Project 208, and then to subsequently move 208 to illustrative projects.
Seeing no one in the queue, or queue? Yeah.
Is this how it's going to be? I'm in the queue.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
I believe this is right, Ms. Osiander, to do this. And it's, I have watched your other ones, and you tasked me initially with that table 7.1. So Birchwood Loop isn't ready to be chopped up. To put it bluntly, we're just kind of swapping program alignment, Mr. Flynn. So the councils have had their debates and their discussions, of which many I've been to. So be sure you communicate this isn't the old switcheroo. It's just, I think you have an established and defined neighborhood out in the loop roads, a lot of 1-acre lots, and the reason it does this is on purpose. It automatically slows traffic down. We like it that way. Highland Road, on the other hand, as you've ever driven it, very challenging and should be realigned in the funding stream, priority discussion, and design. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, no, we appreciate the input from the local representatives so we can get it right. So
thanks.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch. That passes unanimously. Ms. Osiander.
Amendment 6 is to follow a staff recommendation to add a new transit project to the long-term project list in Table 7.7 as follows. Project number 826 is to add a local bus service for Chugiak Eagle River with 30-minute headways.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes?
I was thinking.
I don't know. You display it, Barbara.
That carries unanimously. Ms. Osiander.
Amendment 7 is on page 8-3 to include as additional bullets in the section entitled Within the Chugiak Eagle River Sub-Area the following points. Projects planned in Chugiak Eagle River require written agreements and cost estimates for maintenance with concurrence from the bodies actually performing the maintenance prior to implementation. And significant sections of Chugiak Eagle River still require sub-area transportation plans. And Chugiak Eagle River contains rural neighborhoods that may not desire amenities such as lighting, landscaping, and pedestrian pathways on both sides of the roadways.
And I'll second that. Am I the only one in the queue?
Mr. Starr, you are the only one in the queue.
And you know, Debbie and I do a job here representing our group for this, and you have to understand what's happened to us in this is that we had up until this document our own long-range transportation plans and our models. Mr. Flynn, you recognize those from before, and so what this does is allows us to keep sort of the local control of it, partly because our road board, the SBURSA acronym, is very challenging. The road board appropriates our money, so Ms. Johnson, just remember the combined SBURSA-LRSA thing works very well, and if you give them good direction like this will be modified, I think that works. The trick on it is to know your maintenance costs ahead of time. So, Mr. Flynn, just kind of take notes and remember that we don't want our LRTP priorities to go away. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, and Mr. Starr and I had the opportunity to talk a little bit about this offline, and we'll talk a little more in debate, but this has been a challenge, merging two different long-range transportation plans, particularly given the differing characteristics of the neighborhoods we're merging and the differing priorities of the neighborhoods we're merging. And so I particularly appreciate your input to make sure we can get things at least as close to right as possible. And we'll, I'm sure, be refining this as we get prepared to do the next one in a few years. So thank you for the amendment.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch.
Yes.
That carries unanimously. Ms. Osiander?
My last one, Amendment 8, is on page 4.5, Table 4.2. And after the word collectors, it's to add the words rural and urban in parentheses on the classification list.
Seeing no...
Wait. 1 second.
I just have to have clarity now. Ms. Osiander, is there a rural road collector definition yet? Or do we need to write one so these guys know what we're talking about?
Well, as you know, Mr. Starr, that was our big brouhaha and continues to be over Yosemite. So currently there is a rural and urban both definition. The difficulty is the OS&HP does not match some of the Title 21 language. And I have been tasked by my community councils to do all I can to maintain a rural collector, specifically because they don't want pathways on both sides of roads like Birchwood Loop.
Right.
They want differentiation for lower volume collectors.
Yeah, and I was hoping Patrick was listening, because this is probably the most important amendment to our local characteristics, Patrick, is this last one that preserves that rural and urban collector definition. And that doesn't mean always sidewalks on both sides with heavy lighting and curbs and gutters. You know, it sounds goofy, but we like it that way. It helps our road maintenance costs. We don't have to repair our curbs after we chew them up with snowplows. So, you know, we have it for a reason. So really, really respect this one. And I hear it at every community council I go to is, I don't need a sidewalk on both sides of my road. I don't want my road segments to be 60 feet wide. Quit taking my frontage. We've heard it from the Spenard Road business community. Think about neighborhoods that have existed for many, many years. So this one here emphasized twice. And I appreciate the body's patience in that, because we're still a developing community, but we don't want to be run over by 60-foot wide streets and sidewalks on both sides if we don't have to. So thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Ditto for the health side.
Yeah, all you guys are doing tonight.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch? That carries unanimously. Does that conclude your amendments?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Osiander? Shall return the gavel to you.
All right. Mr. Starr.
I just have one amendment tonight, and I'd like to just move it now because it's sort of in that same Chugiak Eagle River area. And this one is way at the end of the project list on page 771. And if you can go there in either book, it'll show it's a trails plan and a segment of trail from the Glen Highway to the Eagle River Nature Center. My amendment would be to remove Project 701 from the plan. And thanks for the second on that. We have, first thing with the elements of this plan is it's a very aggressive plan that was designed and developed many, many years ago. It's going to be outdated with construction that's underway already with the Eagle River Road improvements all the way to the Nature Center. And those of you that go to the Nature Center are now going to see separated sidewalks on that, bike lanes and travel paths that'll probably take care of most of the reasons why we wanted to have a riverside trail. The other problem is that the $22 million price tag, I think, is deceptive to this plan. The third reason for that is that the Chugiak Eagle River Parks and Rec, or Parks and Trails Community Council driven board, the Parks Board, Debbie, has taken any reference to this trail system out of any of their master plans or their CIP requests. So talking with John Rada, there's none of that in there yet. So my intention is to basically remove it and then force the discussion back to either a smaller trail segment, a definitive price tag, something perhaps down lower between the bridges. And I think by taking this out, we'll actually force that discussion to happen and get the $20 million off the table. So that's what I'm asking.
Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, it's a good amendment. I'll caution folks about getting too concerned about the project lists for a couple of reasons. The first is, as I said, even if your project is in the short-term list, we're presuming a lot of dollars that I'm not so optimistic are actually going to show up. So just because it's there doesn't mean it's going to get funded. These projects are illustrative, which means they're not even in the long-term list. They're in the we might get to it someday list, so you can feel better about the fact it's out there. In this case, Mr. Starr doesn't feel good about the idea that's out there, so it's appropriate to remove it. But don't worry too much on this one.
Mr. Hall, I need you.
Ms. Osiander.
Boy, Mr. Starr's put me in a tough place here. What I actually asked him to do was to not remove the whole thing, but to leave at least the first part, because there are a significant number of people in my district who do like this plan. Could I ask the consultants if we have a dollar figure for the first phase of this? I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I didn't realize he was going to move to get rid of the whole shebang. The first phase would just be that it was divided into 3 parts, as I recall.
Madam Chair, we did, Mr. Chair, through the Chair, we did have but I don't have it with me. You have to understand one thing, though. The table that Mr. Starr referred to is illustrative table, which means that it isn't in the financially constrained plan. So we'd actually have to move that project into either the short or long term in order for it to be funded with federal money. So as it stands now, it can't be funded. But it was, I'm not sure exactly, $6 million, something like that. But
may I offer a solution?
We did get the breakdown, but I don't have anything.
I recognize it's an illustrative. Unfortunately, it's also, though, a political statement to the people who are really desirous.
And may I make a suggestion here, Madam Chair, of how a way the two of you can clear this sticky wicket? I will remind you both, the amendments we're making to the list and the language and so on and so forth are advisory to the AMATS Policy Committee. We will have a review by the Technical Advisory Committee on Thursday, and there are several people associated with that process here tonight. We will ask that they present both options to us, take it out and leave the first phase in, and the Policy Committee will consider how to best address that. Is that fair?
I can live with that if hopefully Mr.
We can pass the amendment, that's fine, but then we'll have the discussion and deal with it at the Policy Committee.
My Parks and Rec Board says they want no reference to the policies as it may relate to local funding, back to that local funding source versus that. Right. We may be obligated to do it. Whether or not it's a funded program or not, it still sets an expectation that it's there. I don't like plans that have illustrious list price tags of $77 million. I can bring that down. It's an easier marketing sell as well. Let's be genuine with what we're hearing. Ms. Osiander does have some proponents that would want it. I have a lot of opponents that don't want it. So it's that, and again, I think you're right in the jurisdiction that you have from that, but the expectation is that an amendment that carries is what we'd ask you to do. So that's my plan. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
I'm going to move to amend Mr. Starr's amendment, and that is to present both options to the Policy Committee.
Second that. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Anyone else in the queue to speak to this motion? Seeing and hearing none, please vote on that amendment.
Just mine.
Yours is the one that's on the floor. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Passes 10-1.
Patrick, would you do the public's work in the public, okay? I can talk to Debbie all day long, but it's now on the record. Thank you. Appreciate that, Osiander.
Did we lose anybody in the queue? Mr. Honeman?
I don't have an amendment here, but I just talked with Mr. Flynn, and I just want to bring up something on the record to express some concerns, and this is on page 94 of 125, or 236 marking. It's in the table in the 300 projects at the very beginning. 321 at the Kinnick Arm Ferry Service to Anchorage Terminal to Ship Creek area. And it's listed as a number 4, pretty low in the process here. And a lot of it, I'm assuming that it's because there's no costing. We don't know how much it would have cost. And Mr. Flynn assures me that it's likely something that belongs in a state TIP, not necessarily ours from the Anchorage side.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we didn't get the page number you were
Yeah,
on.
he's working from the packet. If you're looking in the book, it's 7-38.
Thank you.
7-38, sorry.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
My
sir.
concern is, we've got so many things listed here about our port being the gateway and how important the port is, and of course, Cabada, we've got lots of testimony saying that the bridge is good, the bridge is bad, and it should stand alone. If the private entities want to make it happen, go from there. But I just want to bring out a few things and just illustrate a point. I don't know where it belongs specifically. I'll trust my colleague when he says it probably belongs in the state TIP. But, one of the things that we complain about constantly with our state legislature is that we don't get money for our transportation system in the Anchorage area. And yet the state fully funds the marine highway system. We have a ferry that's paid for, and it's setting basically, I understand, in Ketchikan or somewhere in the southeast, about a $50 million boat that's just sitting there. And we now have the Alaska Railroad in jeopardy of losing its credit rating, all because we didn't put commuter. It was a legislative act at the Senate that we should have commuter service, and we didn't even act on that. We're complaining about not having options for the Glen Highway. We have a ferry. We need to plan in the Anchorage side for a landing and a terminal for the ferry and work with our brothers and sisters across the way. And we've got the ships. It's essentially paid for, or at least last I heard it's ready. And yet we have failed to plan. And whether it's a short-term or long-term fix, folks, this bridge could be 10 years down the making before it's even available if we even build one starting tomorrow. But this ferry is here. I think we could build a terminal pretty quickly, and I don't know if we should put it in our local AMATs as part of our transportation system. I'm leaning from our colleague, Mr. Flynn, who told me it likely belongs in the state level. But this is one option. Why not try it? Why not try it? And why not include it? And I really believe that we should be finding out what it would cost to build an Anchorage terminal here on our side with a landing and where it should go. And then adjust as necessary. I mean, if we put it out here near the small boat harbor or even out near Kincaid area landing, I don't know. I don't know where the appropriate list is, but we need to put this in our list somehow and get this stated for support. That's just a comment. I don't believe it belongs in as an amendment here, but I'm being told by Mr. Flynn it likely belongs in the state.
Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Mr. Holtman makes a very good point. The reason it's in the illustrative list is so it can be built. However, the fund source is the Mat-Su Borough, which is not part of the MTP area, and therefore it wouldn't be appropriate to have it in here as funded by us. That's why I believe it's designed in this manner. And furthermore, you might be happy to know that the Army Corps of Engineers has before it a permit application for a ferry landing at Ship Creek Point as we speak, and they're taking public comments, I believe, till the 17th.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a quick counter to that. Then, am I to understand then if it were to be funded by the Mat-Su, that they would also pay the operations costs? How would that work?
Maybe Mr. Mayor could speak to that. Since he's next
at that point, I'd probably let him go.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Flynn's correct. The ferry landing on this side is the obligation of the Mat-Su Borough. That was the agreement when the ferry was first funded and constructed. So they've been working for a number of years to try and get a permit to build a ferry terminal on this side. We've told them from day one they could park it at the north end of the port. They don't want to go there because they don't want to be in the security zone. They've tried other areas. The Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers have rejected their previous permits, so it's not like we're not working cooperatively, but it is their obligation to pay for both the construction and the operation of a ferry terminal on this side. And then you have to keep in mind that if they do go in the Ship Creek area, they will then be accessing railroad land for any road to access that terminal, so they've got a lot of work to do to work with the railroad and make sure there's even road access if they do get permitted for a terminal. So the onus is on the Mat-Su Borough, Mr. Honeman, and we've been working cooperatively with them.
So that was my next question, to make sure that we helping facilitate best we can to work through all those obstacles and challenges.
Mr. Mayor, maybe you can keep us in the loop as you have further discussions on how that goes. Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, just the issue of Ship Creek Point has been a very tricky one for many years, and my previous career entangled me in it from time to time. And I think there's something like 5 at-grade crossings between Ship Creek Point and any major roadway.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, we had some testimony this evening from the North Star business folks, and basically centered on the concern about modifying the Spenard Road from a 4-lane to a 2-lane. I was just wondering, Mr. McGrath had brought forward some recommendations, and I was wondering if this would be an appropriate time to incorporate those.
I don't know, Mr. Hall and Ms. Drummond were busily conferring about Spenard Road. Do you want to respond, Mr. Hall?
Yes, we're working on those, Mr. Birch.
Good. I would am supportive of that. Witnessing what has transpired there in Arctic, I think testimony is well founded, and the changes and revisions would be very appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Birch, maybe you want to potentially add an amendment after you hear what they've come up with. But I know they've got something on Spenard Road that will be before us shortly.
Thanks.
Okay. No one is in queue. Mr. Hall? And then Ms. Drummond.
Yes, I have an amendment on page 97 of 125, item 121,
Do we
projects.
have a transfer for those of us who brought our books?
That's page 7-16.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to recommend this change for both projects 112 and 121. 112 is on the page directly above. And what I'm moving is remove on line 1, rehabilitate from 4 to 2 lanes with a center turn lane, and replace that to rehabilitate to improve traffic flow.
All right.
Second.
You want to touch your screen? We need to clear the screen here, so just a moment. All right, and the clerk is becoming anxious because she doesn't have a copy of the amendment. That's.
I thought there was a copy of the amendment.
It just
floating
hadn't
around.
been passed.
Okay.
All right. So now she can clear the screen because her anxiety is lessened. All right, so do you want to touch your screen again then, sir, You can't.
We didn't vote on your amendment, did we?
All right. Okay, now we've got it. So that motion is before us. Do you want to discuss it, Mr. Hall or Ms. Drummond?
I think we know from testimony tonight that there is still some disagreement on 3 or 4 lanes, and Mrs. Drummond and I agreed that what we would like to do is rephrase that to rehabilitate to improve traffic flow and not be specific as to the number of lanes.
Ms. Drummond, do you want to add anything?
Yes, Madam Chair. I want to agree. We don't want to tie the hands of the design team on these projects. They all have different needs, and when we get into the weeds at this stage, we make it impossible to provide what the community wants. And what Mr. Hall and I have learned with the task force work that's been going on for quite some time on the north end of Spenard Road is that if you define the general parameters that you want out of a project, you end up with a much better project than tying the hands of the designers ahead of time by specifying a number of lanes.
Okay.
So this leaves it open for the possible future task force on the south end of Spenard Road, which doesn't exist yet, and the engineers to come up with what works best for the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, did you want to make further comment before the vote?
No, ma'am. We're ready to vote.
All right. Please vote on this amendment. Mr. Birch, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that one passes unanimously. Anything else, Mr. Hall?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Drummond, anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Training, take those and pass them down, please. It's coming. The written version is coming. Madam Clerk can be less anxious. This is on page 7-16. That's the book page. Project 121. The Spenard Road Rehab, Benson to Minnesota. Line 2 of the project description. We are inserting after the word including and before the word Spenard Road, 36th Avenue couplet, the following words, so that it reads, including feasibility and impact analysis on local properties of the proposed Spenard Road, 36th Avenue couplet. Period. That's my motion.
Second.
Do you want to discuss it, Ms.
Yes,
Drummond?
ma'am. This was Mr. Robinson's testimony on the Cook Inlet Housing Authority acquisition of properties all around the intersection of Spenard Road and 36th that is changing the potential future uses and ownership in the area significantly from when this project was first addressed. And this statement will allow flexibility once again for the designers to deal with the new ownership arrangement, new and future ownership issues in the area, and as regards the proposed Spenard Road 36th Avenue couplet, which is another extremely controversial aspect of this road that nobody appears to like, and I don't know who's taking credit for it, but I don't know anything about it other than the words are there and they get a lot of people upset. But in any case, this takes care of Cook Inlet Housing Authority's issues with ownership and future development. Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
I guess, Mr. Drummond, what would you like the road connection to look at? Do you just not want the 36 couplet to be expanded for throughput traffic, or when you do this, what's the intent that Mr. Flynn and Mr. Birch are supposed to communicate? Because I'm not sure I know what you're trying to do.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. The design aspect of that lower end of Spenard Road from Benson to Minnesota has been set aside for the time being. This was done several years ago and proposed, and everybody had a fit about it. And somehow it's still in this project description. And you heard Mr. Robinson speak to us earlier in public testimony. I think he was the second or third person who spoke to us. The Cook Inlet Housing Authority owns property on the northwest corner and the southwest corner now. At the time that this couplet was proposed, that was not the case. They're in the process of acquiring additional properties on the southeast corner and are going to significantly change the way that whole intersection is going to look merely by acquiring properties and looking to the future of that section of Spenard Road. That was not considered in any way, shape, or form when this document was put together.
Well, the impact on local properties is my challenge statement, and maybe you don't have to change the wording, but the clarification. Are you talking properties at that intersection?
Yes.
Or you don't want 36 to go over to Minnesota? Or where are you headed with that? Because
36 already goes through to Minnesota.
And you still are okay with that as the couplet design in your vision?
No, not necessarily, but we haven't talked about this as a community down there at all. And in the meantime, Cook Inlet Housing Authority has been acquiring properties left and right and has some distinct ideas about what they want to do with that property that has not been addressed by this document. So this, if somebody wants to put in a couplet on 36th Avenue, they darn well better be considering what the property owners on both sides of the road want. And that's what we're doing here.
Through the chair, somebody does. I mean, it's Project 121, so it's moving pretty fast in the short term, and that's why I guess I've got the same problem up Eagle River Road. They're starting to buy right away with a firm project design. So I guess, well, I mean, it's not my area, it's yours. There's no question about it. But, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Birch need to know how to represent us when we start modifying the document for a vote, so.
Right.
That's all. I don't get it, and I guess if it means that you don't want that intersection expanded, then you're going to have the angst from the folks farther down 36 saying, give us some of that traffic volume too in a nice couplet.
No, it says it's not eliminating the couplet at all. All it says is please consider the impact on local properties.
Got it.
That's all the amendment says.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's let Mr. Flynn speak.
I'm not sure I'll shed any light on this, but I don't see the amendment as causing any particular difficulty for myself or Mr. Birch or the design team. They can handle this level of direction. Again, presuming we get the whole AMETS committee to agree to this. And I just, Mr. Birch or Mr. Starr made the comment about moving fast. I suppose if you're inert and somebody goes by at 10 miles an hour, it looks pretty fast, but trust me, 121 for $50 million ain't moving fast. This is what we're going to see a lot of other projects move forward before this one does.
All right, seeing no one else in queue, please vote on this amendment. Mr. Birch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Trombley, do you want to vote on this? That passes unanimously. Anyone else?
One, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. This is again for the same project on the page we were just at, on 7-16, the Spenard Road Rehab, Benson Boulevard to Minnesota Drive. We're going to insert after the phrase on line 3 in the project description, after the phrase purpose, capacity, and safety, we're going to insert the words, including improved lighting, crosswalks where appropriate, and other amenities, period.
Would you hit your screen? Thank you. And Mr. Hall seconded that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may respond to that.
Mr. Flynn, you're going to have to wait until we let
Yep.
her speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
I'm actually going to object to this, not because I don't think it's a good idea, but we already cover this in other parts of the plan. These are our overall criteria that we apply to all projects. And if we start inserting them in individual ones in the table, this is going to get really ugly really fast. So for aesthetics, I'd really appreciate us not supporting this one.
I will be happy to withdraw it since we haven't gotten into major discussions on it, if that's acceptable to the chair.
Mr. Hall, you're the second. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. If there's no objection from the body, we'll withdraw that amendment.
No, we already half a dozen.
Mr. Flynn, I see your name in queue. Did you have something? That was previous? All right. Is there anyone else who has anything at this point? Go ahead, Mr. Flynn. We can't hear you very well, Mr. Flynn.
Sorry.
All right.
I'd like to publicly acknowledge a lot of people put a lot of work into this. Those of you on the consultants, the TAC members, and Craig, you all raise your hands just so we all know who you are. Jennifer, it's you too. Put it high. Come on, don't be shy. They work really hard to put this together. And I know Adam called me last week and said, gee whiz, this is pretty tough to digest. It's kind of complicated, and it is. But it's a requirement to the extent we want to use federal funds to enhance our transportation network. And it requires us to keep our head up and think about what our network should look like, and then leave the infill decisions to more local bodies. It's been a tremendous effort. We're almost done. I really appreciate the input from the body, from members who have specific neighborhood concerns that we can bring forward to the policy committee. And I think it is deserving of our support, and we'll continue to monitor local needs and work as best we can. I would note it is working. I mean, we have done a lot of road projects in this town over the past 10 years that have made a big difference, whether it's improvements to International Airport Road, Minnesota, the Glen Highway, the Seward Highway. We have really seen a lot of progress, Dowling Road, and traffic is actually flowing, if you read this, better now than it was 10 years ago. That's pretty impressive. We all deserve to pat ourselves and our people on the back for that. And my hope, when we pass this, is it'll be even better 5 years from now when somebody else is doing the next one.
There's no one in queue, so, Mr. Honeman?
I appreciate Mr. Flynn, Ms. Johnston's work on the AMATs or MTP, and of course the public for showing up and testifying on their specific, particular area to their concerns. And thank you for your work on the consultants and with TAC and all that. I just want to emphasize, and Patrick, I agree with you. I think in a lot of ways, particularly with the growth of our city and our population, I think we're doing better than we have. I want to emphasize again, I go back to the issue of the ferry. You know, we're talking about commuters. Railroad had this money that was almost guaranteed if we had a commuter line in the rail and the works. And now we have this ferry that's paid for. The Department of Navy built the thing and it's set. And these are areas that could potentially save commuters the trips and certainly ease some congestion on our roadways even further. Might even keep us at least down the road a little ways, save a little bit of the money and put it towards road projects that could help in the urban areas, the rural areas, and even in the other areas where we need some upgrades to our roads. So I just don't want to lose sight on that. I don't know where it would fit in the overall, but I think it's something we need to make sure we emphasize as a priority for the future. Thank you.
My first real large municipal issue when I came on this assembly was the last LRTP. I was also a member, before I got on the assembly, of the citizen group that worked on that, and that was a frustrating experience. And I tore my hair out over that one. In many ways, this is a much superior document. I applaud the work that the consultant did. As they know, I expressed some real frustrations over details. And I do applaud the statement that Mr. Flynn made, which is factual, that we have made things better in this town. I do, though, want to put a caveat to that. And that is, I am very apprehensive about the future here with the merging of the plans. I came to the AMATS Policy Committee and testified some time ago about my fear, particularly because I think I was one of the ones who suggested both the LRTPs be done at the same time because of the problems last time. Be careful what you ask for, because we basically, I have a little bit of a sense, got eaten up. I think that Chugackill River was treated fairly well in this document. My big concern are things like Table 7.1 and the new approach to multimodal level of service criteria. I have no clue what that's going to do to current ranking of projects if they are in rural parts of the community. My fear is that since we don't have bus routes in Eagle River, and since we want only walking on one side of the road, we are going to sink to the bottom when new projects come up, and we're not going to be able to get equitable funding. I am not going to be on this body, but I'm going to be in this community. And you will see me at AMAT's meeting testifying if I see that the criteria is used that way. Frankly, the criteria is so dense that I can't tell right now. And I think that it's something, I urge you folks to be sensitive to that. There is a deep-seated sense of paranoia we're going to get swallowed, and it's not just from me. So thank you for your work on this, though, by the way.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a number of items that have been handed to us this evening from various folks who testified that are simply too late to be dealt with adequately as amendments at this point in time. But I do believe, for example, North Star Community Council wants us to remove the AC couplet restripe from Tudor Road to 9th Avenue, which is on page 5-60, project number 209, which is simply going to increase traffic by 33% through our community council. That's my own community council that I've lived in for many years. But if what Mr. Flynn has said is taken into consideration, communities will be consulted with at every step of the design process as these projects go through. However, I'm a little concerned that the simple restriping of two major arterials through our community is too easily accomplished and shoved down the throats of people who have objected to it year after year after year on the CIP list. But I'm not going to ask to remove it. I'm simply going to trust, and I don't know if that's the right word, that neighborhoods will be consulted as these projects are developed and funded and actually move forward into construction. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
In wrap-up, I think everything that was handed to me of that nature has been provided to AMAT staff. They'll have that in front of them when the Technical Advisory Committee meets Thursday. But I just want to reemphasize, just because something's on this list doesn't mean it's going to get built, and just because it's on this list doesn't mean it's going to get built the way it says it's going to get built. This is process. It's painful. It's what we do to address public concerns. It's what we do to make sure we're following the federal process. It's what we will continue to do, whether we like it or not. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further.
Seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to vote on the MTP as amended. Please vote. Mr. Birch. That passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Ms. Drummond, trust but verify.
Here's several hundred pages of verify. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, we are now at 14B on our agenda. I would like to open the public hearing on AR 66. This is a resolution approving the Sand Lake Area Water PH2
Waive reading.
Raspberry Road Extension. So if anybody would like to speak to us on this project, please come forward. Anyone coming for this project? It appears not. Public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Is there discussion? I can see no discussion. Please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Mr. Flynn, do you want to vote on this? Mr. Flynn, how do you want to vote? Yes. All right. And that is approved unanimously. We're at 14C on our agenda, AR 94. This is a resolution approving alcohol beverage conditional use of a package store
Waive reading.
for the All Bush at 801 East 82nd Avenue. Anybody like to speak to this, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Kyle Ivanoff. I am going to be the owner of All Bush, and I guess I don't really know what to say. I'd like you to approve it, and any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Honeman?
Yes. I read your application, and it appears that you're going to be mostly shipping items. Is that right? Is it mostly?
Yes, sir. It'll be a lot of bush orders. We're going to have a small storefront, approximately 16 feet by 19 feet, about 300 square feet of storefront, and then the rest will be storage and shipping to the bush.
And what kind of items are you going to be selling retail? Is what kind of? Is it just about all brands?
Well, no retail, mostly alcohol. We will do shopping for people, though, in any village and anything like that.
So, but the 330 feet up front is going to be just alcohol sales?
Yes, sir. Just and I mean chips and soda, stuff like that.
At the front?
Yes, sir.
And what type of alcohol are you going to sell in that area? Just
beer, wine, and spirits.
Okay, so it'll be all brands, even the little shot bottle type?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of the Red Stripe law? That
Oh, yeah. I bartend currently at the Time Out Lounge. I am TAM certified, and yes, sir.
Okay, because we want to make sure, particularly, I understand there's a lot of restaurants and eating places around there, but I think you're one of the few package stores real close.
Yes, sir.
So just want to make sure they don't have issues coming up there.
Mr. Trainee.
Can you guarantee us you won't ship out to any bush villages that don't allow the importation of alcohol?
We will not ship to any village that is not damp or wet. Guaranteed, we're going to get the list from ABC and make sure that 100% we don't ship to any villages that do not allow alcohol.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
How are you going to actually do that? I'm challenged that we don't get a tarnished reputation from Anchorage suppliers to communities outside of Anchorage that would say the source of our issues for alcohol is this place. Are these going to be resellers when you place that? So are you actually going to be a wholesaler to those folks?
Pretty much there are plenty of businesses here in town that do sell to villages up north.
How are you going to do it?
There's a certain limit they're allowed per month. I believe right now it's 14 fifths per month per person, and we ship to them the allowed amount. If they order that all at once, or they order at throughout the month, that's on them. And then when it leaves our hands and gets to the damp or wet village, what they do with it, we have no idea.
My previous business was air freight shipping in Alaska, and it was significant. And we had adult signature requirements. We had a whole host of issues. We had pickup locations that were very significant. So you're going to put the burden on those air freight shippers then to confirm that the package being received on the other end is received by a 21-year-old person?
Like I said, there are numerous businesses.
No, I want to know your practice.
My practice. Well, I don't really know. I guess there's laws that we do have to follow, and you have to have written consent, signature. What's that?
Do you know what they are?
Not yet, sir. No, I do not. But I will make sure that we will follow these laws.
I'll give you the benefit of the business doubt here, but there's really trouble and problems for me when you find that the source of the alcohol was a vendor who didn't particularly pay attention to those details. And some 14-year-old kid has a note from his mom and picks it up from the reseller on the other end. Or the direct ship. You're really, and I'm all for free market enterprise here, but you're drifting into an area that really causes the outside community of Anchorage to really be suspect to it. And younger kids of my own, and it's really hard when you're trying to sell across the lines using either air freight, which is how it's going to get out there, or the U.S. mail. And I think this one's going to come back and bite us. That's my prediction, because I've seen the ills of it, and I've been in the shipping business enough to know that you burden those shippers with that, and they fail, they go right back to the origin, and that's you. So I suggest you study up, because
Absolutely.
It sounds like a great business model, but it's my challenge that the rest of the state feels like Anchorage is doing their job to control liquor sales. So I'll be suspect of it, but mind you that this conditional use is pretty weak to the operational control mechanisms on what you're supposed to be doing, and I'll let it go. But you start shipping to Wasilla and people are picking up orders in your back lot and driving them away, I'm going to be really challenged by that. That's hard. So be careful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee, you back in the queue? No? All right. There are no further questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
Did I?
Yeah.
I didn't close the public hearing yet. I'm just getting in a rush. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
I just have one question. I might be from the clerk's office. How many more of these packaged liquor licenses do we have available in the city? I mean,
Amanda Moser, licensing clerk. According to the ABC board, there's one more license available. There's currently 2 licensees that are applying for that license that are in the application process. They will be drawn from a hat at the ABC board for the final package store license. So there's 1 remaining, and there's 2 applicants that are both applying for it, and we'll see these licenses come before the Assembly, I believe, at the April 24th or May 8th meeting. And then after they go through the municipal process, they will go before the ABC board, and the ABC board will draw one of the licenses out of the hat that will be awarded the last license.
And we had a number of new ones, right? And how many were there?
I'm not sure of the exact number that we've had recently, but there is, I think as people realize, they were down to the last ones.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We closed public testimony. Is there any objection if we reopen public testimony for this person?
No.
Okay, it's not usual, but we will do it. So state your name, please.
My name is Susan Nyman, N-I-M-A-N. I was a therapist out in the bush, and it just gives me the shivers. I sort of am with Mr. Starr to provide an option to ship booze out to the bush. There's probably 3 deaths a week or more as a result of people either picking up alcohol from some place that might be wet and bringing it to some place that's dry in the weather or more. There's lots of deaths, alcohol-related deaths, pretty consistently that are preventable, and it just kind of gives me the creeps. So I don't know, I'm just saying that out loud because I couldn't sit here and not say it out loud, and I just feel that people need to be sending better things out to the bush, and just because it's a business, you have to look at, I think, the social ramifications of sending booze out there. Thanks.
Just a minute. Mr. Flynn has a question for you.
I'm sorry. On the general topic, not for this one.
Okay, no question for you. All right, at this time, we're going to go. Is there anyone else who wants to testify? Okay. Now the public hearing is closed, and I need a motion.
We had
Thought we already had it.
Well, according to the
I'll move
clerk,
it again.
I don't have it.
I'll move it.
I need a second.
Second.
So you can't touch your screen. All right, Mr. Hall was the second. Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
And Madam Chair?
And then you can't get in your screen?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll get you down.
Okay.
We have tech support coming.
I got it.
Yeah, if you hit on the floor, you'll get back to it.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Mr. Flynn, I have you as the first person.
Thank you. And I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed by, members and Ms. Nyman as well, that they're legitimate ones. I would remind the body, however, our duty with respect to alcohol licenses is whether they've met the standard, and if this gentleman does not go into business, I'm pretty confident Bush orders will still get filled by other operators, and we have a duty to act in a manner that's neither arbitrary nor capricious. And I think if we were to reject this application, we would be in serious danger of violating that standard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
I was wondering if the Public Safety Committee needs to take this under consideration, or has it already?
No, we have not.
Mr. Honeman is next in queue, so why don't you state your concerns, Ms. Drummond, and then he can respond to them.
I'm simply wondering if that would be the appropriate place for this to go before this body actually takes it up and votes on it.
All right, Mr. Honeman, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would, and I don't want to load up next week's meeting for a whole lot, I understand, but I would actually request, since we're having the meeting, we're having our public safety meeting on the 18th, it's the day after. I don't know what the ramifications would be. I do have some concerns about the red stripe law. I don't know how someone can present an ID where you can know, without checking with ABC or someone who can tell if someone's prohibited. Because it's a sale at a package store in Anchorage, in the boundary of Anchorage, even though the order may be going elsewhere, they're still under the obligation to follow that law. And I think it gives us some concern. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to talk to ABC as to how this would functionally work. I don't know whether we should work, if I could say we could add that on as a condition, but I don't know how we'd word that condition at this point. So I don't want to interrupt business, but at the same time, and I'm willing to make sure you guys are going to follow all the conditions, but it's certainly very concerning to me. I'm not going to stand in the way of someone buying a legal product, regardless of where they're at in Alaska. But there's conditions that we have in Anchorage at package stores that just aren't going to apply in the bush. I mean, at least not in a mandatory way. So I am concerned, and I don't know if the appropriate is to move till the 24th, because we won't have the Public Safety Committee till the 18th, and I suppose I can try to check with the ABC board and come up with something to make an amendment to the 17th. I yield to the chair and the clerk. If this is appropriate, we can work out some language to have it ready on the 17th. And may I ask the business owners, when are you planning on opening?
Could you come back up to the microphone, sir?
When were you projecting on opening?
We can't even do anything. We can't talk to distributors. We can't do anything with our storefront or anything at all until we get the liquor license. So we can't purchase the quantities of alcohol we need to sell until we can until we receive the liquor license.
What was your business plan? If we approved tonight, when were you going to open?
As soon as we could raise the money. We're just two working gentlemen that are trying to save up to do what we want to do. So I mean,
Sir, I think the question is, what would be the impact to you if this decision is delayed by
till the 24th of April?
Until the 20. We definitely lose money. I mean,
how would you? I don't want to dig too much into your personal finances, but if you don't even have negotiated contracts with somebody and you don't have a business set up to run.
Well, it pushes us. We cannot do anything to further our business until we get that license. So it pushes us back another month. So we have another month of rent. A month of rent. We have another month of all the bills on the shop and everything. And I don't know.
Have you started setting up your storefront? Have you started?
Yes, we have. We built a storefront in our warehouse, and we have acquired some racks, and we're putting them up and everything. The storefront will be ready here in the next week and a half, 2 weeks, and.
So, Madam Clerk and Madam Chair, I'd suggest postpone to the 17th. It doesn't appear that would impact the negative.
Mr. Hillman, I'd appreciate it if you would make an amendment, and so we could decide it rather than, I don't quite know how to deal with a suggestion.
I suggest that I make the motion that we postpone this action until the 17th of April. It gives me a chance to work through the red stripe and issues with ABC.
And would you hit your screen, sir? And Mr. Starr was the second. All right, the discussion now is to postpone, the 17th is our next meeting. So, Mr. Tromley, do you want to discuss the postponement issue?
Yes. Well, okay, so I understand you want to move it to committee, you want to talk about it, but the question is, a legal one for me is, we can put additional conditional uses on the distributor, but we can't affect anything that happens outside of Anchorage. So state law is what it is, and so how can we put a conditional use on them that is outside the bounds of Anchorage?
Mr. Wheeler, can you provide, this is beyond, I know, what you typically deal with, but can you give us any guidance?
Through the chair, Mr. Tremblay, I can't. I have to look at that. It's a question that I don't have a ready answer for.
Just on face value, I don't see how we can. And so while I think the intent is good, I don't see how we could really affect what happens once it leaves Anchorage and it goes to Naknek, or I don't know if that's even an applicable city or town, but I don't see how that would how we could even affect that.
Mr. Trainee.
You say you're going to be selling in Anchorage?
Yes, sir. We will have a storefront here in Anchorage.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Honeman.
We sent a message, the voters sent a message to us, we sent a message that we have the red stripe law for a reason in the municipality's boundaries. These sales will be generated from the municipality of Anchorage. Where we ship them to or where this business ships them to is irrelevant to me. And Mr. Starr brings a great concern of who's going to pick it up on the other end. I believe that's going to have to be an issue that civilly you're going to be dealing with. And certainly if we get violations to the state troopers or ABC, you'll be hearing from them, and then we'll be hearing from them, and you'll be facing some concerns when you come before this body for license renewal at minimum. But my concern right now is I don't know the answer tonight, and that's why I asked this postponement till the 17th. And I urge support. It gives me a chance to work with ABC and find out how we could propose a potential condition on this business to make sure they're complying with the red stripe law.
Again, we would not be the only business in town to do this. I know Gold Rush Liquor does orders to the villages. I know New Party Time Liquor on the corner of Tudor and Lake Otis does this. I know Brown Jug does bush orders as well. There are quite a few liquor stores that do orders to the bush. So we would not be the only ones to do this.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr.
I'm going to ask for some more time to study the ramifications of what we're allowed to let this vendor do. We have the obligation for businesses that operate in Anchorage to make sure they know how to do it. And it's not to slander you or to say you're not going to be a good operator, but you don't understand what you have to do. And so it's a little bit preached to you, but mostly to convince my fellow assembly members to let's yield on the side of what public safety is. On page 645 of our packet, it talks about the criterion that Mr. Flynn referred to, and are the standards met for this operation to get their permits for what they want to do. And under the first segment there on page 645, numbered of our packet, C, talks about operations procedures. And if this application is made for new issue, which this one is, it has the operations procedures for the premises, the licensed premises set forth. And I'm challenged when you look down farther that the issuance is to an operator that may has an understanding of AMC 1050. And so part of what's in 1050 is the public transportation of the alcohol and the techniques for alcohol management. And granted, it says abbreviations in the TAM policies, but I would bet you that there is a little bit more to 1050 than we read as it is now. And so I'm just going to say err on the side of caution, just buy a little bit more time, let us do a little bit of homework, and then I may ask for a written statement on how you plan to handle the verification that an order is legitimate and that it goes into that. If you put the burden on the shipper here in Anchorage, then you're burdening our local shippers. And you know, when I ran the DHL facility, I faced this all the time. It was a hassle when you didn't mark your paperwork, what the contents were, what the shipping intentions were on the other end, and you put the shipper in a liability situation. Much less you're moving it by airplanes. In a lot of situations, your packaging has to be different. And so part of the conditional use application, it may specify that you have supplemental training. I think it's appropriate to the operator. So again, just look at it. Mr. Honeman's got a good sense of public safety. I like the way his committee works, and I'll help him on this one, try to round out the discussion. So let's maybe buy a little bit more time. It's not earth-shattering. They don't have orders to fill tomorrow. So thank you.
I just want to clarify. Maybe I misunderstood. The committee meeting is on the 18th, but you moved for the 17th, so you won't have time to do a committee meeting, right?
Not so much a committee meeting. I definitely will be contacting ABC and working with and trying to come up with language for the 17th meeting.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify that. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a really quick comment. First off, congratulations for trying to start a business in this community, regardless to what it is you're going to be selling, okay? But as a member of the Public Safety Committee, I echo Mr. Honeman, who's the chair of our Public Safety Committee, his concerns, and to postpone action on this for 1 week so that we can get some questions answered, I think just really makes sense to us, this body, who has to make this decision, and also to you, running a new business in this community. So it's to your benefit that we postpone this for a week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statute applies the red stripe law to people that not only enter a licensed premise, but those people who order or purchase or attempt to purchase or otherwise procure the beverage. So it would seem to extend to the business concept here. There's a method in place for people to either provide proof or sign a statement on a form provided by the ABC Board. It may be that other businesses have a way of requiring that sort of proof to be provided when ordering, but I think it's wise, as stated, that that would be something you could work out with the ABC Board.
All right, there's no one else in queue. The motion before us is to postpone this until the 17th. Please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? All right, you're going to have to come back next week. That motion passed.
But that'll be a much shorter meeting.
We will vote at that time on this. All right, the next item before us is 14D, AO 35. It's an ordinance authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $9,480,000 for the purpose of financing. This is for the Solid Waste Services Disposal Utility Capital Improvement Budget Project. Anybody like to speak to this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote?
Mr. Hall?
Mr. Honeman is not voting. That is approved by 10 votes. The next item before us is 14E. This is AO 36. It's an ordinance authorizing a revocable use permit for the Girdwood Community Club Incorporated. Anybody who'd like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Anybody here from Girdwood? Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch said voted yes. And that item is approved by 10 votes. The next item before us is 14F. This is an AO 38. It's an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 12.15.025 in keeping with state law to allow municipal disaster tax relief for wind, avalanche, earthquake, and
Waive
flood.
reading.
The sponsor has already announced his intent to postpone this. However, you are certainly free to come speak to it if you'd like. Anyone who'd like to come speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Mr. Trombley.
Madam Chair, move to postpone indefinitely. Urge a yes vote.
Second.
All right. There's a move to postpone indefinitely. A yes vote is urged. Please vote. Mr. Birch.
It's not like it's going to be public funds anyway.
And there was a yes vote there, so that is postponed indefinitely, unanimously. We're now at 14G. This is AR 86. It's a resolution appropriating $1,420,000.
Waive reading.
This is for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area AMATS Safety Improvement Program, the traffic count. Please come forward. Oh, I thought you were going to come testify.
Sorry, no.
That's all right. You just got me all, oh boy, we got somebody. All right, hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Second. Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Mr. Birch voted yes. And that item passes unanimously. We're now at 14H. This is AR 87. It's a resolution appropriating the sum of $193,461 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation Public Facilities.
Waive reading.
This is for the AMATS Arterial Roadway Dust Control Program. Anyone who'd like to speak to this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn, you want to speak to it?
Just real quickly, glad to see this again this year. I think it went much more smoothly when we were running the program as opposed to the state. I'll just ask my traditional question to Mr. Michaelis. Are they covering our
Yes,
costs?
it's fully funded. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Urge approval.
No, that was my question, too.
All right.
Thank you.
Please vote. Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch voted yes. That item passes unanimously. We are now at 14I. This is AR 88. It's a resolution appropriating an amount not to exceed $111,000 as a contribution. This is for the payment of the principal and interest on an interfund loan for the Eagle River Town Center. Anyone who'd like to speak to this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr?
Mr. Trainee, it's okay to vote yes on this one. It's got a library attached to it. It's a very good demonstration.
problem. I've got another ordinance coming to break you guys over.
I just would like you to vote for it. You didn't have, it's a public-private partnership that's working so far. We just need to get rid of 20,000 more square feet of land, and it's going to work. So,
Vote for this. That means you'll vote against that voting
no, it's $100,000 to support a large
Okay, all right.
library.
Yeah,
So, please give me a unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote? Mr. Birch voted yes. That was approved unanimously. We're now at 14J. This is AR 90. It's a resolution appropriating $118,817 as a grant from the State of Alaska DOT and several other small amounts, basically for the purchase of Connect and other paratransit transportation services. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion, please vote. Mr. Birch, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Birch votes yes.
Sorry.
And that matter is approved unanimously. We have finished our agenda. We have no special orders. We have no unfinished agenda. We are now at audience participation. If you would like to speak to us, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Tim Pearson. I sent an email to each assembly member, the clerk, and the mayor this afternoon, and I'd like to read it into the record. Dear Anchorage Municipal Government representatives, I write to you this afternoon with a heavy heart. I'm dismayed with the myriad of problems and issues that arose regarding last Tuesday's municipal election. My dismay has nothing to do with candidates or ballot propositions, but rather with the chaos that reigned as citizens tried to vote. Citizens of any locale have not only the right, but also the responsibility to participate in their local, state, and national government by voting. I've done my best to keep abreast of the situation as it unfolds. There was a shortage of ballots and there was confusion among poll workers as to how to handle the shortage of ballots. Citizens tried to vote but were turned away. Citizens tried to vote but were sent to other polling places. Citizens wanted to vote and finally in frustration left the polling places not having voted. There were record numbers of question ballots submitted at the polling places that contributed to the confusion. There are rumors, facts, fiction, and reports from municipal employees of events that should never occur in the process of voting. There are reports of people who didn't even live within the municipality of Anchorage trying to vote. All these issues trouble me. What especially troubles me is my understanding that the municipality plans to investigate all of these issues on its own. This is one of the biggest fiascos that has happened in city government in my 10 years in Anchorage. It's bigger than the city finances that are audited by outside accountants on a yearly basis. It's bigger than allegations that former Mayor Begich acted improperly with city finances that was reviewed by independent personnel. The city routinely hires independent personnel to study our utilities, our police, our fire departments, our public transportation department, and our information technology department. The very idea that even a single voter was unable to vote on Election Day, that voters were so disenfranchised with the whole process on Election Day that they gave up and went home is beyond all of the issues mentioned above combined. The very thought that a non-citizen attempted to vote, whether told to do so implicitly or by doing so out of misinformation or ignorance, is beyond all of the issues I mentioned above. It's difficult for me to comprehend that the municipality would even attempt to investigate all of the issues surrounding this election on its own. I think any effort to do so would leave questions in many people's minds. I don't doubt the ability or the integrity of the clerk's office at all, but in this case, just with our city finances and many city departments, investigating this election without turning it over to an independent investigator is just not the right thing to do. Please consider immediately turning the election inquiry over to an independent investigator to manage. Please allocate the resources necessary to allow this to be a complete and thorough inquiry. Please help eliminate this veil of...
Finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Of potential voter disenfranchisement and potential voter fraud from the minds of the citizens of Anchorage and honestly from the eyes of the nation. Anchorage deserves that, and you have the power to make it happen. There's no price tag that can be put on integrity of municipal government, and that's what this is all about.
If you have specific information about somebody who was not a resident of Anchorage that voted, could you submit that to the clerk's office?
Well, as I mentioned, some of my information is through the clerk's office. Some of it is through newspaper accounts. Some of it is through blogs. I don't know, as I mentioned, which of it's true, which of it's not.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Neva Reese, R-E-E-C-E. I want to thank Ms. Drummond and Ms. Elvie Gray Jackson and Mr. Flynn for voting for the possibility of an independent investigation into what happened with the election. And I really am concerned that more people didn't feel that that was something that they should really consider more seriously. Because if I was you, rather than looking at it as, well, what does the law say? Should we have another election? Can we have another election? I would be really considering the fact that as a voter, I did get to vote, but if I had been disenfranchised, I would be looking at ways to bring suit to the city to say, I have the right to vote, and it doesn't matter who made a mistake. If you don't find a way to make sure that those people have a chance to vote, I don't see why they could not sue the city. And I don't see why I don't think it's appropriate to only look at it from the perspective of whether or not you can have another election. Is it legal to have another election? People cannot be disenfranchised. And I've had this thought cross my mind that in a way I could say thank you to Anchorage that I don't have to move to a third world country to advocate for voters' ability to go to the polls and know they can vote. I don't even have to step out of my neighborhood to advocate for that. We should be so embarrassed that that happened here. I have an uncle who's been involved in politics for years, and when I've told him some of the stuff that's happened in Anchorage, he laughed. He thought it was amusing. He thought it was so funny. He could not believe it. And that was before we even got to this point. Please consider that. Because if a voter didn't get a chance to vote, it doesn't matter if it was somebody's mistake, if it was whatever it was. It's wrong. They have to be able to vote. We cannot disenfranchise voters, because where does it stop? And if you say to people, we don't care, your vote wouldn't have changed the election. There's no end to that. Soon, why even bother going to the polls? Because if it's just a popularity contest for who you think's going to win, and you think your person's not going to win, why bother? So if you're going to say to people, your vote doesn't count because you wouldn't have changed the outcome, that doesn't work. That doesn't cut it. So I really encourage you to pursue this very seriously. Please do not say that this election stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Elan, E-L-A-N-N, Moran, M-O-R-E-N. My friends call me Lenny.
Thank you for doing that. Yeah, bring the mic down.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I come to represent the voters of Anchorage. I also speak as a volunteer who has worked on many elections. Several of you, I have worked on your campaigns. I talk on the phone to potential voters. I tell them that your voice is your vote. What can I tell them now? This election that we just had Tuesday was a disgrace. All of you were elected to sit where you're at. Shame on you for what happened tonight. Shame on you. How can you sit up there and accept what happened and didn't come to this meeting with a plan and just push it off like it was a road that needed to be fixed or a broken street light that you could put off? I am so disappointed in all of you. My forefathers and mothers died for my right to vote and your right to vote. Did you forget that? This is our right to vote is our most important value that we have as Americans. And we had people that not just went to one voting poll. They drove to 2 and 3 different locations and were denied their right to vote. We heard these things. These people came forward and told us this, and we didn't get a chance to. You didn't fix that. You didn't come here with a plan. You put it off to some meeting. You didn't listen to the suggestions of your own council members. You just put it off. I am so disappointed in every one of you that this just went on this way. I want to believe that we can do something, but with this, the way tonight turned out, what are you going to do? What's going to happen to the 80% of the people that don't vote? We talk about the voter turnout, 20%. Isn't that disgusting? But other 80% is right. It doesn't matter. You don't even care about an election, that you didn't have enough ballots. People were turned away. People were allowed to vote that weren't registered. What is it? You guys are responsible for the election. You came in here and just blew it off. Thank you for your time. What was it for?
Hello. I am here today to act on my civic duty to convince the Governing Assembly of Anchorage to make a quick, easy addition to publishing the Comprehensive Annual Finance Report. I am a lifelong resident of Anchorage, and I make my salary by contributing information to computerized database systems. From my experience, I can tell you that there is more data freely available on the Internet than can possibly be imagined. If you can think of it, it's out there somewhere. The limit to my ability to use my ability to collect and apply this data, though, is the file type format that is published in. Many different file types are easily converted into a useful format for data analysis, but perhaps surprisingly, one of the most time-consuming file types to work with is the Adobe Acrobat PDF format. PDFs are created from easily convertible formats to create printable documents. This problem of time-consuming conversion of PDFs hit me square in the face earlier this year when I wanted to collect data from Anchorage's past decade's comprehensive annual finance reports. I was hoping to start work on a project graphically representing the municipality's financial information over time. I can understand how initially this may seem like an abstract and irrelevant problem to the issues that Anchorage faces, but let me explain the potential benefits to expressing this data in a more accessible format. If the municipality's finance department could make the financial statements of the comprehensive annual finance report available in either Excel worksheets, Access databases, or HTML tables, there would be 2 or 3 potential beneficial results. First, these formats would be easily accessible worldwide for sophisticated businesses looking for investment opportunities. Currently, with the PDFs, all information to be used would have to be entered manually. These interested parties rely on easily importable formats for their analysis and do not bother with the manual entry PDFs require unless it is absolutely necessary or it is a very large company. These created tables would allow businesses to quickly and cheaply report on the financial history of Anchorage and make intelligent investment decisions that could result in more opportunities for the people of Anchorage. Anchorage seems to be doing very well comparatively to other communities worldwide, and we should be publishing this format that makes sense, that makes it as easy as possible to get to this point across. Second, by making this data freely available, it improves governmental transparency throughout the municipality, and it creates a reference for politicians like you to use when campaigning to talk frankly about the facts of the Anchorage budget. I have my own personal beliefs on governmental spending, but the ultimate goal of this request I'm proposing is to make it easier for all ideologies to access real information and use facts from a primary source. Third, in my research of the cities above and below the population of Anchorage in the United States, they also publish the finance reports in a PDF format. What I'm asking for, please, is for the Finance Department to release information of the comprehensive annual finance reports in a database that's accessible beyond the PDF. Thank you.
And we need your name for the records.
Oh, sure. Charles Thompson, and I can provide my speech if that's possible.
I think that'd be helpful, and you have some questions, too. Ms.
Okay.
Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I talked to you during the break, and thanks for waiting this long to speak.
No problem.
Okay, and what you're asking for is the CAFRA and the file format that it was created in, correct? Other than a PDF?
Yes.
Like Word and Excel?
It could be a database format. It could be Excel.
I think it's Word and Excel. Okay. So anyway, Ms. Mahoney, can you send him that document and the file format that it was created in?
Ms. Mahoney?
It would be very difficult for us to send them the Excel files that make up the CAFRA report. There are hundreds of worksheets that have linked formulas, and to send it out would be potentially damaging the integrity of our numbers.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any other comments. Thank you, Ms. Mahoney.
Ms. Drummond, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
I understand what you're looking for. I'm a graphic designer. I deal with conversion of documents like this all the time. Are you aware of other cities like Anchorage with consolidated annual financial reports that do publish them in the way that you described?
No, the paragraph that I was going into when I was finished was that I've looked at the cities in the U.S. that have populations above and below Anchorage, very close to Anchorage, and none of them do it. And it would be an innovating concept to present this data available in a database format. It would allow the data to be openly accessible by computerized algorithms for other people's databases.
I have to say it sounded like a good idea, and I understand Ms. Mahoney's concerns. The CAFRA is actually produced by a contractor, and they're an accounting firm that is hired by the municipality to actually do the annual audit and produce the CAFRA. I think the audit committee, I think it's something maybe perhaps the audit committee could put on its agenda to discuss in the future. But you are asking, particularly if this isn't commonly already done by others. it would be up to us to set the precedent. And I think it sounds like it would also cost us money to do so. Is that right, Ms. Mahoney?
Ms. Mahoney, you're in queue. Go ahead.
I'm not sure that it would cost us additional money in regard to releasing the Excel spreadsheets. What I'm concerned about is the integrity of the data due to the complexity associated with the formulas in the Excel spreadsheets. However, I did want to add to our speaker here that we are in the process of converting our ERP financial system to SAP. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. But we are planning to build a business intelligence module that will have a lot of this type of data available. And our long-term vision is to have it available for citizens to access. We currently are not there, but in a couple of years, we probably will be there, and that is our vision, to have it available so folks like you can take it and download it and do analysis with it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, did you want to add anything?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, sir. What? Oh, sir, did you want to give us a copy of that? Yes. Could you give it to the clerk here? Okay. Barbara. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Jane, Jane Darden, Darden, and I come here this evening respectfully to speak as an American citizen, a 33-year Alaskan, and a woman veteran. And what I have to say is, and that's why, along with my friend Lenny, I chose to wear this tonight to speak to the issue of all the voices that weren't heard. At our election, I was appalled by the whole chaotic mess that it was. And it made me doubt for the first time as a voter, if this could happen now and no one in the local government is concerned at all that people lost their voice in the respect that they did not get to vote. It does not give me trust in our next election and any future elections. So it is very upsetting to me, and I'm hoping that somehow the mayor and this august body somehow gives me the confidence.
Ma'am, I wasn't going to respond because I felt like I said something at the beginning of the meeting and that covered our position, but I want to assure you that every member of this body is very concerned. And the solution, though, is basically going to take us a little time to work through. We have a work session Friday. You're welcome to come to that.
Okay.
We've already heard statements of intent from Assembly members to do some pretty significant revisions to code. I can assure you there will be some very strong questions asked on Friday. I think we just want to be sure of all the facts before we move forward. But if you have the impression that we think this is nothing, please know that that's not true. And I do thank you for coming and sticking around this long.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Honeman?
could you just clarify when and where we're going to be, what time and where we're going to be for work session?
Yeah, we're going to be upstairs in the mayor's conference room, and it'll be at noon in City Hall. 8th floor. And there may very well be other meetings besides that one, but
Thank
that's
you.
the first one we've calendared. So, Go ahead, ma'am, please.
Thank you. First off, I would like to thank those who have mentioned about the issues about voting last week. My name is Jessica Bush, BUSH. I'm speaking on behalf of my grandfather. He attempted to stick around, but he couldn't handle sitting in chairs for too long. He's a World War II veteran, and he wanted me to mention this because he contacted relatives of ours we have a huge line of politicians, from senators to mayors to governors to even president, and they're actually laughing at Alaskans right now. They think this whole government we have is a joke. They're not impressed, and it's embarrassing to, me. I have to hear about the jokes. They think it's hilarious, especially when my relatives in Texas, they think, we already have a lot of insults about being up here, and this did not help. It made nation news. You got people in America talking about us. It just makes us look horrible. I spent my day on Tuesday trying to drive disabled veterans to vote. None of them made it. I drove people in wheelchairs, walkers, you name it. They got turned away. I took them to 3 different locations. Couldn't get them to vote. And they fought for this country. They were upset. They were angry. I was angry because I basically did not know what else to tell them. I feel like there should be a re-election. For one, not everybody got to vote. There was people coming out from the Mat-Su voting that should never been voting. There were people told they could vote and register register and vote the same day on websites that were promoting people to go and do it. You had a lack of ballots. It was just a huge mess. I don't understand what happened. I do know, though, that there's a lot of people speaking about who they're going to re-elect for Assembly. Some people have already talked about who they're not going to elect. There's people talking about Wheeler. Don't mean no disrespect, sir, but he actually did help Dan Sullivan in the campaign, and they don't feel comfortable with him being an attorney looking into this. They would rather have a third party, as well as I would. It just seems like conflict of interest. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm trying to speak up for people here all the time. I'm trying to make us look good. But it's kind of hard when we have a government here who just keeps not sticking up to their expectations that the voter has on them. I mean, I voted for a lot of you. Some of you have actually lived up to my expectations. And I don't disrespect any of you. It's just that you got to look at how this is affecting everybody. I mean, I know some of you were talking about, you were voted here for a reason and that you wanted to, look at everything first, but you also should not put your egos over your citizens. Your citizens should be top priority, not your ego. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you have information of specific people who could not vote at specific precincts, we'd need that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you contact the clerk's office tomorrow? There's also an email address on the municipal webpage, or you could give it to Amanda right there tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Just a minute, ma'am. There are some questions for you. Mr. Honeman, you have a question?
Well, first of all, you intrigued me when you said folks in Texas and people in the last name. I'm guessing there's some similarities there. So, but I just want to say, I don't know which organization you serve or if you're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart, but I just want to thank you for looking after, particularly our veterans, but disabled veterans and disabled people in Anchorage and helping them get transportation to vote. I think it's very important, and it's a very big role you're taking on. I thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Just a moment. Mr. Wheeler?
Through the chair, I thought the speaker had said that I had campaigned for someone. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. I did not campaign for any candidate. I did not donate to any candidate. Did not participate in helping any candidate in any way, including the mayor.
Additionally, I specifically requested that Mr. Wheeler send messages to both Mr. Honeman and Mr. Sullivan that he was explicitly not working for them, and the only information he would share with them was general information that we all got.
All right.
So,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grant Hunter. I'm a citizen of Anchorage. Now, as to whether the electioner should stand or not, on that point, I would take the position, unless we can establish that the number of people who were excluded from voting on that day was such that the election could potentially be affected, then we should allow the election to stand. However, with regards to an investigation, there's a legal saying, res ipsa loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. There were not enough ballots available to the voters at the polling stations. That bespeaks either administrative incompetence or some more blameworthy mental state upon the persons responsible. Therefore, I would suggest the proper course is to request the Department of Law of the State of Alaska and the United States Attorney's Office to institute simultaneous grand jury probes of this election and the persons responsible for the administration thereof to see if any criminal violations have been committed. If they have been committed, they should seek the indictment, conviction, and incarceration of the persons whose acts or omissions caused this situation. Nothing more to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Darrell Nelson. I've been a strong advocate and been a voter registrar for 22 years and a voter registrar trainee for 8 years. I have never seen this ever in my life. This is like the 20th century technology. I thought we were in the 21st century technology. That means we can use if program can, like reality shows, can figure out a way to do votes, and so can we. If we have texting phones, we have smartphones, we have computers, we have, and I realize not everybody have access to it. So if you're a senior and you don't use a computer, there's the old vote by mail. In fact, I know that if you call the clerk's office, they'll just mail you one. There was no reason in the 21st century that we have to do vote on paper. There's electronic voting machines. I know there's problems with it. 10 years ago, I was instrumental in getting those voting machines, and we should be able to figure that out. If the reality show can figure out who is over 18, and they're the ones that are getting more votes than our government is. That is outrageous. And I realize I'm speaking to all of you. I know you're trying your best, but I've been trying to figure this out for years because as a voter registrar and a voter registrar trainer that was trained by the state, you start realizing what our rights are, and we're not in Iraq. We're in the United States of America. I thought we were free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you.
Do you have any questions to that?
No. I'm glad you could make it tonight.
Hello, my name is Greg Schmitz. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking on the issue of the election on April 3rd, which I think by all accounts, including from the clerk, had significant issues. I don't necessarily think that the way to go is to investigate it yourself. That has nothing to do with you. However, I mean, it's pretty standard political theory that if you have an interest in the outcome, you may not be able to investigate it impartially. I believe the ACLU's called for an outside investigator. I would suggest possibly even somebody from outside of the state so that they are truly impartial. The reason it's important is because an impartial election is what gives you legitimacy. If the electorate, it's important just to be able to vote. I don't mean to discount that, but it's that vote which gives significance to the propositions. It gives significance to the electoral process. It gives significance to the political process and the governing process. So my concern is, and somebody raised it here before, and if you look at numbers in past elections, they keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. We're using voting machines that have been banned in the state of California. They've been decertified. I mean, it's the AccuScan, the Diebold machines. There are numerous experts from academic institutions that have tested them and shown them to be fallible, manipulable, and I just think there are so many issues that went sideways in this last election that they really need to be addressed by somebody from outside.
Could you forward any email information you have for me about California banning those machines?
Sure.
That's news to me.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
My name's David Deese. I was one of the candidates on the last election, so I kind of have a view both ways. There's an old ancient Chinese curse that says, may you live in interesting times. I'd like to add to that, may you have an interesting election. On a personal note, I voted in Anchorage for 33 years. This was the first time I voted a question ballot because I had moved, and apparently the state of Alaska hadn't updated the list. And I found out there was quite a few of those that happened in my life, and I both had a vote question. And I think that was part of the problem with it, is because you have to do a whole new envelope, this person has to check your ID, you got to fill all this stuff out and everything. Mathematically, if the ACLU's numbers right at 150, you're looking at 0.25% of the people that didn't vote. Probably, I didn't see any elections that were, any of the votes that were that close. But the problem is you have 73% of your population that didn't vote. So you're looking at 15% of the people and 13% of the people that voted and decided the whole election. State of New York, same problem. A lot of people getting off work going to vote. They've extended their voting hour to 10 p.m. They found out they get a lot more people voting with that. It felt to me like the election was kind of driven by the TV cycle. We're trying to get it done in time to make the 10 o'clock news. I think it's more important to people that are coming off work got a chance to vote. The other thing that you're looking at is the way we're doing it, we're not driving up the number of people that are voting. Oregon in about 2006 decided they were having the same problem. They went to an all mail-in ballot. Everybody in the city that is voting 14 days before the election gets an envelope, and the envelope is your ballot. They put it back in the mail, they send it back, or they've got drop boxes, they can drop it off. 73% turnout. You have an excellent opportunity to take a look at what everybody stumbles. I'm a teacher, you coach, everybody has a bad day. This was a bad day for Alaska. It gave you a black eye. You have to learn from it. It would probably behoove you to take a look at way other people have done. New York State, Oregon, take a look at it and go like, okay, we can do better. We can make everybody proud, make everybody feel like they need to participate. The feel of the need. What you have right now is a feeling of people going like, hey, I'm one of the few people that's voting, and I didn't get to vote. And that's just a problem in general. So the more people you can invite in, the more process you have, the better you have in public dialogue. It's like 73% of the people not voting Well, some of them are just going to feel like, well, my vote doesn't count, and this election kind of goes like, same thing, okay? So you have an opportunity. Fix it.
Thank you. A familiar face.
I don't even know if I can talk because of my voice.
Well, can you pull the mic closer? It'll help us hear you if your voice is bad. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, my name is Pam Teshi. I have voted in nearly every election since 1975. I have served on the redistricting board in the Mat-Su Valley. I have volunteered on campaigns for 35 years. I was the wife of a deputy municipal attorney, borough lawyer, acting borough manager, and a 9-year sitting assembly person. I have been a poll watcher. I've been an election worker for many elections, serving in at least 5 different polling places. I was an election worker on April 3rd at District 23, Precinct 520 at the Fairview Rec Center. 520 has 1,822 registered voters after the recent March purge. We typically vote on a tally on the machine, 250 or more votes, sometimes less. We also use ballots, about 15 per election, for question ballots as special need ballots. Those don't go into the machine, they go in their special envelopes. We also go through a few ballots because they become spoiled. People mismark them, they put extra marks on them, coffee might spill on them or something. Precinct 520 typically receives between 300 and 400 ballots each election from the clerk's office. That number, and it's an extra amount, will cover any contingencies. April 3rd, 520 precinct received only 250 ballots. That's less than needed for most elections as historically voted. My colleagues and I take the privilege of voting and assisting others to vote very seriously. You know that when a ballot is cast, we can trust that it will be handled lawfully. It is the cement of our living in America. You may not know this, but all people who show up may vote, and they and their ballot will be treated respectfully. Nobody at the polling place judges who is qualified or not. Our job is to make sure all those who want to vote can. My job as an election worker is to gather those votes honestly and within the law, and then deliver them to the clerk with a truthful report. The clerk this election prevented us from doing that. The clerk prevented us from delivering a truthful report.
Pam, you're going to have to tell a little bit more on this. When you got the 200 ballots, what did you do? Did you ask for more, or what happened?
Ask that again, please.
You said you only got 200 ballots, and you usually get about 300 some? Is that correct?
We don't really count them, except for they're always really heavy and big stacks.
Okay, did you notice that you got less than typical?
This time, I said that looked a little, I was setting up. There's a lot of busyness that goes on the morning of the election. You have just amount of time, and everything has to be all set up. And I took out and they seemed light. It was one of those impressions. It seemed light. And I commented to as we're all setting up, we have our own areas of responsibility. I said, gee, it doesn't look like we have as many as we usually do. Well, we probably have more. We always have some left over.
Okay, so you didn't call the clerk's office at that time?
So I looked over at the register, and I noticed it looked thinner too, but I didn't make the connection that, of course, the people who get purged from there are not the same people who actually cast ballots. What happened with me was that as we were sitting there at 8:30 in the morning, I became extremely, extremely ill, and I left the precinct.
Oh, okay.
And so my colleagues, I called them later on that evening, and they said, we ran out of ballots. I'm going, oh my gosh. And they said they had called the clerk about 5 o'clock, and it took 45 minutes for the ballots to arrive. And by that time, some people had left, some people had hung around and waited. When the ballots were delivered, my colleagues were instructed to have all those ballots that were delivered that were voted as a question ballot. They followed those instructions. Those instructions are incorrect. What they're supposed to do is take ballots of registered voters, because people were not allowed to sign. They were told to tell the people they must not sign the register, but they must vote. Even if they are on the register, they must not vote. They must not sign the register. They had to vote a question ballot. So that's what my colleagues did. And the correct procedure would have been to have put it in the side of the machine. That's where we've been trained at state elections. If a ballot, for whatever reason, and apparently there's something I don't know about program ballots, if it won't feed into the machine because of whatever reason, and there's nothing wrong with the markings on it, you put it in what's known as an emergency compartment on the side. You open it, you stick them in, and you're done. The only ones, according to this procedure around we have, the only ones that get question ballots there's a variety of reasons. One of those reasons, it's not because a person was duly on the register, and that person always must sign that register too.
Okay, so your sense is that your instructions to the ballot workers were incorrect?
Ask that again.
You are saying that the instructions given to the election workers were incorrect?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Honeman has a question.
Mostly a comment. I just want to thank you for all your years of working at the precincts, and I'm sorry you became ill.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Trainee?
Pam, down here.
Oh, hello.
How are you, Pam?
I'm well, thank you.
Sample ballots. How did you guys deal with sample ballots at your precinct?
How you would deal with a sample ballot in the precinct? I know the state level. I had worked years ago in Matsu, and we had that situation. Instinctively, what I would do, based upon having been trained in all, is you take the sample ballot. Depends. If the person is registered, you can have them sign the. I would ask the clerk's office is what I would do. But generally, if you run out totally altogether, you can
When they vote,
a registered voter can put the ballot in the side of the machine, and those get hand counted.
So you put in the side of the machine?
Pardon me?
You put in the side of the machine?
Right. There's a special compartment called an emergency compartment.
Thank you, Pam. It's good to see you again. I wish your husband was
Okay,
here.
but I don't know that for sure, because I think there's a few, I wondered about that, Dick, because I do recall at the last state election, there was all this stuff about if somebody spelled Lisa Murkowski's name right or wrong, and if they filled in the circle properly. So that information I really don't know.
Because I know Sandy went to vote, and she got a sample ballot.
Yeah. I think we're all going to learn here.
We will. Thank you, Pam. It's good to see you again, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber Sawyer, and I unfortunately was not born in Alaska, but I've lived in Alaska since I was 8 years old. My father was in the Air Force for 20 years, and we moved up here, and for the very first time this year, I was asked by a military veteran why I even bothered voting. And it was not just my father. It was people that I have known my entire life, including veterans outside of Alaska, who encouraged me to get involved and become a voter registrar, which I have been since I registered to vote the day I turned 18. I cannot even say how heartbroken I was when I got here from class tonight after y'all voted to find out there will be no independent investigation as of this time. I realize that you are postponing it to learn and to look into it. We don't need any more bad press related to this election. I don't know how much y'all have read about what went on regarding different things in this election, especially in light of all the recent press we received for past elections, but a local Alaska election made the Wall Street Journal, and they had nothing positive to say about us. And their follow-up piece regarding how our election was handled was even more negative. And for those of us who are young Alaskans actually involved in the political process, it's completely heartbroken to read that. I had 18-year-olds that I registered to vote not even be able to vote at the university where they live. There were students who left our class to go over and vote who were still in line an hour and a half later, because everyone who showed up at the ballot, at the places where they ran out of ballots, were sent to the university. There was a line wrapping outside and around the building at one point. And no matter who is at fault here, there needs to be an investigation. You are public officials. It is your job to investigate this and make sure that our laws are followed and that every single person has a voice. We know for a fact that there are people who did not have a voice. And not investigating this adequately, including by having outsiders come in to make sure there is no conflict of interest, is silencing that voice, and you will be failing as your duties as a public official. And that does not encourage me or any of my peers to get involved. And I have heard that from every single class member that I have spoken to in my political science graduate class, my master's classes that I'm currently taking, and the UAA Honors College. We are the next generation, and we are not encouraged. And I have talked to people who are not planning on voting again unless this is investigated properly.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Linda Kellen Beagle. I want to thank you for letting me speak this evening. At 4:30 on April 3rd, I voted at my polling place, Hanshu School, precinct 830. I waited for my daughter to finish track and field because she wanted to come with me. She's 14. Other than the machine spitting out my ballot 6 times, which they said it was doing all day, it was rather uneventful. Less than an hour later, at 5:30, my husband called and said they were out of ballots. He waited until they brought a handful, and he was lucky to get one. We think he was among the last voters at Hanshu to use regular ballots. Later that evening, my neighbors literally flagged me down as I was trying to leave the neighborhood so they could tell me their story. They went to Hanshu to vote. They waited for close to 2 hours. They were given question ballots with an extra yellow sheet to be signed by the voter. They still had the sheet with them at 7:45 p.m., so I snapped a picture of it. I found out later from the poll worker when I showed her the picture that those were special needs ballots, proxy ballots, and the yellow sheet was to be taken to the infirmed person, signed, and then returned before 8 p.m. Those yellow sheets needed to be attached signed and attached in order for it to be a valid ballot. I told my neighbors that, and they said there were those yellow sheets all over the ground outside at Hanshu when they left. I posted this on the Mudflats blog and received responses from folks. One person in Eagle River said the same ballots were handed out there. My concern, how exactly will they be able to distinguish those ballots from legitimate special needs ballots that need to have the signed sheet on it? Will all of those other ballots be thrown out? In my own research, I have determined that issues are so many and varied that the only way to get through them is with an independent investigator. It's not going to take 5 minutes. It's going to take a while. And also, I have to mention, and I have a question. Who was responsible for hiring ESS? Was it also the municipal clerk?
There was a request about, maybe 3 or 4 months ago from the administration that we look at this because the workload was so much before them. They didn't think they could handle the payroll too. So I directed the clerk to sit down and talk with the administration to see if there was a way to work it. And so we decided to outsource the payroll this one time in order to allow the implementation of the technological stuff for this.
Because my understanding was that Cheryl Frasca was the one that did the contract, correct?
You mean actually wrote the contract?
Or did the hiring or whatever. I could be wrong about that.
That is...
Anyway, but my point is that all over right-wing radio, they're ripping her to shreds all over the radio. And it wasn't just the municipal clerk. It was also the administration, because this all started with ESS. It all started with them. So let's not, put all the blame on one person when there's multiple people to blame here. And it's unfortunate that several of those people aren't here. So anyway, I want to thank you for letting me share, and thank you for letting all of us share today. I appreciate it. We have to have independent investigation.
Thank you. We've got about... Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Kelly Walters. I'm a registered voter in Sand Lake. I'm also here to talk about the election, and I don't want to be too redundant with what everybody else had said, but I share a lot of the sentiments of people that have already spoken up tonight. But that said, I do think it's important that, and I am disappointed that 7 of you did not vote to allocate or to appropriate funds for an independent investigation. We knew last Tuesday that there was a problem here that was going to require an independent, arm's-length, nonpartisan investigation of this sort. So I think it would have been a real the correct and proper thing to do to go ahead and appropriate funds. So thank you, Assemblywoman Jackson, for suggesting that. Secondly, regarding the municipal code, if you're going to take a look at adjusting that, I think that we can't possibly know how many people did not get to vote. In the end, who knows? Who knows how many people saw the lines outside these precincts and walked away? There's no way to tell. I don't think we'll ever know that. And because of that, and the margins of victory that I keep hearing in the press from the administration and from various people that have talked about it, I think that's the wrong question. Because to me, it's not about margins of victory. It's about a fundamental right to vote, to cast a vote for a candidate that you followed or campaigned for or believed in, and the fact that people were denied that fundamental right, that should supersede any municipal code. And in fact, with this investigation, I'm also calling you to basically redo this election so that everybody can vote and have a 60-day period or whatever the municipal code calls for to do that. Secondly, well, not secondly, but on the litany of lists here, the other thing I wanted to mention, I think this is also an excellent opportunity to look at election integrity. There was an earlier testifier that talked about Diebold. These machines were decertified in California. I think they destroyed 30,000 of them, not only the Diebold optical scanners, but the GIMS software. And I haven't felt confident in my vote since 2006 when the Democratic Party investigated the 2004 election that had voter turnouts of well over 100%, some 200%, 234%, 20 precincts at least had that kind of turnout. And then in the presidential election, George W. Bush's totals were 102 or 3,000 votes different from the district-by-district totals. And the other candidates whose election totals were different were Lisa Murkowski's. Her totals were 77,000-something votes different from what the district-by-district totals were. That's a security. That's a built-in security measure that we can understand and know that district-by-district statewide, those numbers are going to match the general tally. To me, that says huge corruption with an election that one party, be it the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Libertarian Party, should not bear the cost to ensure that we have election integrity. So I hope that with this you might take an opportunity with the election coming up. 59 of 60 legislative seats are up for grabs. We've got an oil tax issue with $2 billion annually at stake. We need to know that whoever casts a vote for a candidate, that vote is going to be for that candidate, whether it's a Democrat, Republican, or whoever.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Assembly members,
My name is Mike Kenny, K-E-N-N-Y, and I'm here also to speak about the election. During the pre-election candidate marketing campaigns, I noticed campaign signs linking candidate Dan Sullivan with the word integrity. Implicit in this message is the linkage of how important the concept of integrity is to the electoral process and to candidates seeking election. Looking up in the dictionary, there's 3 definition blocks for the word integrity. The first, possessing of firm principles. The second, completeness. The third, wholeness. Under wholeness, the distinction is further sharpened, the state of being sound or undamaged. That is like public confidence in the integrity of the voting process. It is undisputable that our integrity has been put in question, the integrity of our system. We have tonight, with 7 votes, shown that we're in a hole and we're going to keep digging. How are you going to get back the trust? The glue for our democracy is the electoral system. That's what makes this country the revolutionary concept that it has become, is our election. One man, one vote. Everyone can vote. We have lost that. Whether, we hear all sorts of things. I'm not going to make any accusations or what's this or what's that. All that really matters is we've lost the integrity. We have got to get it back. By going further, by delaying justice, justice denied, delayed is justice denied, by going till Friday work session to hear more information doesn't stop the bleeding. I believe tonight was a great opportunity to say, listen, we're going to get an independent investigator. I do not believe that the folks that have been disenfranchised and all the rumble around this story is going to be put to bed by a work session on Friday. I think something needs to be done. It obviously wasn't done tonight. It must be done Friday after the work session, during the work session. We have got to get an independent investigation so that we can begin to build back the integrity that our electoral process took away in this election. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Hi, my name is Susan Bretz, B-R-E-T-Z, and I also am an election worker. I worked at Precinct 330 at Nunaka Valley. And in the morning when we came in and we were setting up, I work the register, so I'm getting everything together, and they handed me the stack of ballots and set it down beside me, and I'm like, where are the rest of them? It was significantly fewer ballots than we've ever had before. We have 2,012 people registered in our precinct to vote. I've worked at the same precinct for almost 4 years, so kind of got used to how many people come, and we've had over 500 people show up a couple of times, not always, but a couple of times. They gave us 475 ballots to start with. When our troubleshooter came by in the morning, we mentioned, hey, doesn't look like it's going to be enough. She said, oh, call me and let me know, and I'll get you more if we need more later. So she knew in the morning. By 5 o'clock, we knew for sure we were going to run out. We had about 55, 60 ballots left. We called her and said, okay, we're running low. We're getting ready for the evening rush. We need some more ballots. She's like, okay, well, and we also were running low on question ballot forms, which for us is normal to go through 25 or so because we're out of school. So we have a lot of the teachers routinely come in and vote question ballots at our precinct. When she came to bring us the question ballot envelopes, she saw that we still had a little over 50 ballots left, and she's like, oh, I need some of those. One of the other precincts is out. She took 25 of our ballots from us to give to another precinct. Which we started out, we only had 23.6% of our ballots for our people. That dropped us even lower. 5:30, we were almost completely out. We're calling her back saying, we need ballots. We're down to the last few. We need ballots now. She told us that, well, I don't think I can get you any more. We called her back at about 6 o'clock. We're completely out of ballots. Now what do? I don't have any more ballots to give you. Send them to either UAA or to the airport where they can vote absentee. Those were the directions we were given. It turned out into a hellacious evening. It was not fun. We had a lot of very angry people. Most of the people got back in their cars. We gave them directions how to get to another polling place, and they got there. I don't know if they all got to vote or not, but I know we gave them directions to where to go.
Does the book give you another person to call if
I was getting there.
Okay, sorry.
We tried calling the municipal clerk's office. I'm not the chairperson. Our chairperson was trying to do that. Could not get through, kept hanging up. You punch the numbers and then it'd say goodbye. So she asked me to try it from my cell phone also. I got through at 7:21, and she finally talked to somebody, and we were told that I don't think we have any more ballots for you. Keep sending them to UAA is where we were told to send people because it was getting close to 8 o'clock. At 7:45, two people came in with a stack of 125 ballots for us. If we'd been told at the beginning that we have ballots, it's going to be a while, tell people to wait, but we'll get them to you, that would have been enough to cover all of the people that came to our precinct, because we only had about 70 people that came between that time frame. But when they came at 7:45, most people we had already sent them on to somewhere else. We only were able to use 17 of those ballots. We had 17 people vote in that last few minutes. And we ended up with 108 ballots that did not get voted because we didn't know they were coming. So I don't know where things fell apart. I keep hearing that there were supposed to be 70% of the ballots, and we didn't have anywhere close to that. So, okay.
Wait, Mr. Owen, you have a question?
First of all, I just want to thank you for your investment of your time in doing the polling. It's really a significant investment of your time to help the community. Did by chance anyone take a list of people? I mean, if they didn't have a ballot, there was no way of knowing who you turned away, right? I mean, did anybody keep a name or list at least of that?
We started getting a list near the end when we were getting down to where there wasn't time for people to go. Because everybody that I talked to said that, okay, we're just going to go to UAA, hop back in their cars, and they left. We started getting a list, and when we got the ballots, we called everybody on that list and said, we've got ballots, and if they had already voted, they didn't come back to us. But we did have several people that came back and voted at that point. And I believe that list was turned in with all of our ballots when we brought them back at the end of the night.
Mr. Starr?
When the worker brought you the ballots, did you get the same instruction about don't have them sign the register?
No. What we were told was that if they were on the register, have them sign the register as normal. The ballots would not be readable by the machine, so we put those into the emergency slot. And then at the end of the night, we put those, there's a special envelope that you put those ballots that couldn't be read by the machine. We put those in there, and those were turned in separately. We did have a couple of people that were precinct hopping that had tried other places, and they just happened to get to us when we had those ballots. So those we had go ahead and fill out the question ballot forms for those.
The other supplies, which I think you just said, the other supplies, the envelope to put the question ballot in and fill out on the outside, did you have enough of those for your duration, or did you use all those up?
We went through our first batch of 25, and they did bring us some additional ones, which we did not use all of those.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Trainee?
No, I wish we'd thought of that.
Thank you.
Nobody told us to.
Did your election chair submit a written summary of what occurred during?
I don't know if she did or not. I know we talked about it, but I don't know if she did.
That's one thing that I'm finding is apparently not every election chair submitted the written comments.
Yeah.
So
I wrote up a timeline of
Could you ask the chair if she has, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, and we need that, the timeline.
Okay.
And
if you'd like the one I've got, I can give it to you.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. It's
You're welcome.
helpful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Green. That's M-E-L-I-S-S-A, and green just like the color. I'm also here about the election. On Saturday, I was downtown doing my normal writing thing.
Your microphone may be off, ma'am.
Is the light on your mic?
Is the light on your mic?
You shut it off, I think, with your
Shut
finger.
off.
Push the light.
Okay, should I start over again?
Okay, hold on a minute. By code, we have to shut down now unless there's a motion to extend. I'd appreciate.
And to hear the last of the people.
Thank you.
I think I'm the last person.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Melissa Green, M-E-L-I-S-S-A, green like the color, and also here about the election. On Saturday, I was with some friends riding downtown at my normal place, Side Street Espresso. One of my friends told me a story of that a friend of hers had gone through of arriving at the polls, discovering that they were out of ballots. I don't know what precinct it was. They were, at that time, voting on photocopied ballots. The friend saw an election worker taking a stack of the photocopied ballots because they couldn't be scanned and opening up a ballot box and throwing them in. Now, I understand since then, because later that day I talked with Barbara Greenstein, that there's an emergency bin inside the ballot box, and that's what was really going on. But because my friend's friend didn't know what that meant when they were doing that, she and apparently other voters at the same precinct who did not have what that process was explained to them, with all the chaos, I can understand that. They misinterpreted what was going on, believed that election workers were simply tossing stuff in the box that weren't going to be counted, and left in disgust thinking that they were not going to be able to vote, that their votes would not be counted even if they did. Now, that was misinterpretation on their part of a process they didn't understand, but all the same, it was disenfranchisement because of the confusion of the day. I did return to, and talked with my friend about it. That's when she told me that her friend hadn't voted. She says that her friend did write emails to all and sundry, so hopefully you have a record of her account somewhere. That was one thing I wanted to talk about. The other is that it's well known by at least some people that I am the person who writes the blog Bent Alaska. On the morning of Election Day, I think I may even have been the first person to have discovered that and reported that Jim Minnery had posted on his anti-Prop 5 Facebook wall saying that you could register to vote and vote on the same day. I passed that information also to KTVA. I saw other news outlets report on that night. I saw that Anchorage Daily News had reported that Jim Minnery explained that he had called up the clerk's office and gotten information he thought was correct, but which was misinformation, which he had passed on to his people. I discovered later that night that, in fact, on February 17th, he had mailed to his followers complete and accurate information about the voter registration deadline for this election. People continue to ignore the fact that he knew this information on February 17th and has lied about it ever since. Thank you.
Thank you. We technically adjourn at 11. Could I see a show of hands of how many more people want to speak? 1? 2? Okay, I really need to know because the motion has to be explicitly for a number of people or a number of minutes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to give you a small key piece of information that might help you that has to do with the election worker.
Could you do it after the meeting? I will wait here and talk to you.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to speak now? 2 more people. All right. Body, can we?
To extend.
For 2 more people.
2 more people.
All right.
Ma'am.
Second.
Need a
Is there
second.
objection?
Second.
Is there any objection, ma'am?
I'm asking. And
I know.
I'm seeing none. So go ahead. We've got for extended for 2 more people. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Susan Nyman again, N-I-M-A-N, and
I've got some of those same stories, but what I would like to say is you're having this work session on Friday during work day, and there'll be a lot of people who would like to be there, but who can't because they're working, so I would just like to put my 14 cents worth in, and I would like to see the election put on hold to redo the election in November, and to appoint an interim mayor, because there's a whole lot of votes out there. There's a whole lot of 6,300 question ballots, and I know I voted 2 weeks ago, and what about, I don't know what the number of absentees that came in from all over the place from people. There's probably a huge number there, and people win and lose, with 2,500 ballots, and there's tons of ballots out there. So I'd like you to appoint interim mayor, and do this all over again in November when we're voting for president as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
And maybe have another work session when people can come.
Thank you for the extension. I was going to speak on education with my 3 minutes, but this topic here has to take precedence. Practically, I believe the election is accurate, and everything that was voted on was settled. Morally, ethically, and I know by our U.S. Constitution, legally, we have to do a redo. It's that simple. One person showed up to their precinct on time, was turned away. America, we don't have voter suffrage. Somebody here needs to make a motion to do a redo. I mean, we have to redo. I'm good with how the election came out, but morally, I'm not good with it. But I cast no blame. I don't think our clerk intended any malice. We're not here to demean anybody. Let's just get it right. Let's get every voter counted. That's all. Thank you.
All right, with that, we are adjourned.